side, and I think that's also a very important side, which also concerns skills, fairness, and so on. And I'm really very pleased to be here today at this panel, and I would start by thanking our Indian partners for hosting this event and having given us the opportunity to discuss lifestyle changes today in Goa. Now, I think it's very important that we see, I mean, this is a discussion actually that started off last year in Delhi and also was followed up in Pittsburgh and Rio, and I think it's a highly important discussion while the many very important meetings look at, let's say, technological changes, to have efficiency gains, to have a quick rollout of renewables are extremely important. We should also keep in mind that there are possibilities to make a difference through lifestyle changes. And I think when you have gone through the different meetings the last couple of days, you heard all the time urgency, urgency. We have heat waves, we have fires, we have floods, and therefore I think we need to use all levers there are to act. And therefore I think what is really interesting is to look at the IPCC report of last year, which said that 40 to 70% of the reductions in greenhouse gas emissions by 2050 could come through behavioral changes. And therefore I think we should not leave out any lever and also pursue that discussion that we're having today. That means we have to work on all fronts to ensure that we save our climate and let's say the population on the climate as well. So therefore, what is also an interesting element is, of course, when we have behavioral changes, then we should also make sure that we leave nobody behind, and we have to understand that we're not all starting from the same situation. As different population groups are different situations. It may be easy to say that I recently switched to an electric car, but there are other persons that don't even have yet an access to energy. For instance, we've heard still over 800 million people, and so we're coming from different perspectives, and I think it's why it's also important to take into account different situations of different population groups of different countries, and still I think we should have this dialogue because everybody can contribute in one or another way, and I think there's a lot we can learn from each other. What I think is quite inspiring is that, at least I can say that for Europe, there's quite a consciousness, an increasing consciousness that we need to change. And for instance, we are polling regularly the views of Europeans, and we did it in 21 and 22 and found that 93% of EU citizens say there's a need for an accelerated clean energy, green transition. When we then ask, well, are you ready to change your behavior? The numbers are a little bit lower, but I still think that 70% saying that we should do more is quite good. But if you look in different groups, you find, for instance, that the young generation is even more ready to change their behavior. And then at the same time, we also have to say, especially poorer parts of the population, and even somewhere also in the middle field, they are extremely concerned about what it means in terms of impact, this green transition. We've, for instance, seen at some point in France people in the streets because the energy price tax, the energy tax was supposed to be increased, and similar things, I think, in Brazil when there were transport ticket increases. So it's also something where we have to really be careful about to make sure that we have this fairness aspect always in our policies. Now, I just simply would like to make a few further comments before we, of course, listen to our distinguished panelists. I'm looking very much forward to that. And first of all, I wanted to say that, of course, when it comes to the change in lifestyles, we can look at many different areas, and there are really, in Europe, for instance, the big ticket items are, when we're looking at power, heat, cooling, that's about 1/4 of the CO2 emissions. And when we look at transport, it's about 22%. So it's about 22%. And of course, here we can do a lot. For instance, there's still a lot of flying around in Europe. Sometimes we could also take the train. I think people are increasingly conscious of that. Then also how we eat. I have to say, especially after a few days in India, where there's also wonderful vegetarian food, I think we can still see how we could change our diet a bit more, and then also what we wear. For instance, this rapid fashion is something that I think there's still possibilities to change. And I have to say, I see also with my children that they're not so keen to have new clothes, and they're rather going for using theirs that have longer or more into recycling. So I think we can also learn a lot from the young. So I think it's important that we, as policy makers, then also try to see what can be done to nudge these behaviors. And in the EU, there has been, I think, quite a lot of progress in this respect. We've had recently, as part of the Green Deal, we had a package of legislative measures, over 20 legislative measures, so-called Fit for 55 package, which we call Fit for 55 because we want to reduce carbon emissions by 55% by 2030, and then carbon neutrality by 2050, that's our aim. And so this package, it has a combination of setting price signals, rules and standards, higher targets, and just to give you an example, for instance, housing and road transport is now included in the emissions trading system, which would drive up prices. So then there are some signals there. We have new standards for car emissions. Basically, by 35, it means more or less that you will not have the normal combustion engine anymore. And then also in terms of higher targets, we have more than double the share of renewable energy production to go to 45%, and that will also require member states to incentivize the population, also, let's say, to get into, to become prosumers, producers and consumers, and also share some of the energy with their neighbors. So there are all these important elements, but I know also, for instance, here in India, quite a lot has been done to try to change lifestyle and around the globe. So I'm very interested in that. I already mentioned the importance of fairness, and I just wanted to say that also here we put in place a number of measures just to make sure that the population groups, also smaller firms, that might be most suffering, do not suffer too much. So for instance, we have a social climate fund, and that social climate fund that ensures that part of the revenues that are collected from the emissions trading system are then, we call it sometimes revenue recycling, are then put at the brought to vulnerable to support vulnerable households, transport users, micro enterprises. On the one hand, to help them with efficiency measures, and on the other hand, to provide even sometimes, when it's needed, temporary direct support. So I think that's an interesting way of sort of making sure that nobody falls behind. We also have a Just Transition Fund that was set up right at the start of the launch of the European Green Deal, which was in 2019, and that especially looks at regions that may suffer from the transition. For instance, if you are in coal mining and coal mining has to be phased out, then afterwards you have some workers that may not have a job and need to be reskilled, find new employment opportunities. And so there's an element of solidarity between EU member states to make sure that those regions that will suffer most will get support. Then we have many other funding instruments. I cannot go into detail, otherwise it would be too long. But I also would like to say it's not all about money, it's also about policy, recommendations, advice, and so on. And so we have, it's also in my directorate, we have put on the table, and now it was adopted with unanimity by all 27 member states, a council recommendation to ensure a fair transition to climate neutrality. And so all member states are now invited by the council, and they agree to that, to put together packages to address employment, skilling, social impacts of the green transition. There's also taxation in there. And then what we are now doing in the coming months and years is to follow up. So we sent out a questionnaire. We said, so how are you doing to make sure that the green transition is fair? And I think these are important elements to incentivize, to monitor, and keep the eye also on this fairness aspect. So I think, of course, this is all a little bit what we do at the EU, but we are also working on supporting countries in our neighborhood or more broadly in terms of making sure that we encourage and support them in terms of moving towards climate neutrality and also keeping always this fairness aspect in mind. We've also set up together with the ILO a fair transition pavilion in COP. We did it for the first time in Sharm el-Sheikh, so every day before the discussions, for instance, on agriculture, whatever the topic was, we had a discussion in this pavilion about the fairness aspect and inclusivity aspect. And okay, I think also discussions like today with various groups in the SEM context, I think are very useful, because I think we can encourage each other, we can learn a lot from each other, and I think this is only the start, because as I said at the beginning, considering the urgency, I think also the lifestyle discussion is something to be had and to learn from each other. So I'm at the end of what I wanted to say, and I'm really extremely happy to see these distinguished participants around me, and I'm also very happy that a Commission colleague, Ingrid aus Bull, has joined me here to be the moderator for the rest of the session, and she is a project officer at the Commission's Joint Research Center, working on energy, mobility, and climate directed, or in the Energy, Mobility and Climate Directorate within the unit responsible for energy transition, insights for policy. So she's actively engaged in the Commission innovation and represents the Commission in one of the work streams on monitoring clean energy innovation. So I'm happy, the insights model is called. So I'm happy to pass the floor to you, and then looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Barbara, for your very clear and stimulating keynote speech, and for introducing the topic so very clearly today, and also the main discussion points that we will be going through, and the main questions that we have set for today. As Barbara has mentioned, I come from Joint Research Center of the European Commission that is based in the Netherlands. I'm actually very excited to be having this discussion today about promoting lifestyle changes and reducing energy demand in a very fair, inclusive and just way. So today, as you know, we are now on the 4th day of the CEM-14 Ministerial Conference, and we have heard actually quite a lot, I think all of us here in the room, about how the energy is being supplied and this morning we turn a little bit more to the demand side. We are indeed dealing with, I would say, unprecedented environmental challenges that already affect all of us, and in fact some people more than others, right? We need to be aware of the link between the human behavior and the choices that we make and the sustainability. So the truth is that every choice that we make has surely a certain impact, and we ought to train ourselves to actively thinking about this more often, and also having policies in place that help stimulate that. So without any much further ado, please let me introduce our distinguished panelists today. We are very pleased to count in with Dr. Vibha Dhawan, just to the right of me, who is the Director General for the Energy and Resources Institute, who's a very impressive long experience within the Institute, is an example in the clean energy sector. We also count with Ms. Aditi Jha, who is the head of LinkedIn public policy in India. And Aditi's views and expertise in the LinkedIn platform, workforce intelligence, will bring a very unique dimension to our discussion. We already had a chat before we started today. I'm very curious to hear your experience and your views, Aditi. Next, we warmly welcome to our panel Ms. Jennifer Like. Jennifer Like is Director of Energy at the World Resources Institute. Ms. Like's international experience on deploying energy efficiency and energy access solutions will bring very added value in this matter as well. And last, but by no means least, we are very delighted to count in our panel Ms. Nupur Shah. Nupur Shah is Sustainable Energy Expert at Sustainable Energy for All. Nupur's motivation will be highly appreciated to ensure the dynamism of our session. So thank you very much to all of you for being here today with us and sharing your views and experiences. We did not plan to have moderation, keynote speech, and panel of only female, but it happened that way. And I'm quite pleased to see that. I would like to kick off our discussion today with the first question. So from your perspective, what policies would you say are needed to really enable the behavior changes that support the clean energy transition? So especially here, what we would like to keep in mind with this question is the need to also protect and empower the most vulnerable citizens. And given your very vast and quite diverse experiences around this topic, I would also like to ask you, if you can, to share any good examples from your experiences of what works and what were the main difficulties that you perhaps have come across yourselves. So with that, for the first question, if you you would have around 6 or 7 minutes if we can keep it to that. And Dr. Vibha Dhawan, I would like to start from you, if you can do the honors and start from your views.
Sure. Thank you so much, and thanks for giving me this opportunity. When we talk of the policies for the behavioral change and clean energy, basically it is something that everyone wants. Lifestyle changes, especially when we look at the socially disadvantageous sector of the society, those residing in the villages of India, even access to clean energy is still not there. Of course, our Honorable Prime Minister, he made an attempt of giving LPG, liquid petroleum gas, access to all of them. A great policy, it was given to the woman who actually requires that, but then comes the question, can they really afford it? Because whatever amount of subsidy you give, it is not enough and it cannot be on continuous basis. So good policies, and right now also there is another policy, and that is in terms of that every village has to be electrified. Now the question which is very important. One is electrification. You are giving them access, but affordability becomes a very important issue. So over there, one is willing and there is need, there is aspiration for that lifestyle change. But then the economics becomes a very important factor. Indian companies, they have also worked on solar cook stoves, because in India we have plenty of sunshine, but the initial investment to buy that cook stove may not be there. So in terms of policies, we also have to look into it. We are making very good policies, we are taking good steps, but can we really implement to the last mile, the person who needs it? And over there, soft loans or capex, that becomes a very important issue. Everyone wants to have solar rooftop, and they very well know that the payback period will be anywhere between 3 to 4 years. But then if it is adjusted in their bills, they will be very happy to do it. But if you tell them to do it on day one, that may become a problem. Same is the, in terms of electric vehicles also. Again, we are moving very fast as a country and internationally also, but the electricity must be also green, and we have to see the pressures on electricity energy demand. That is electric vehicle the best option. We also have to look into the entire life cycle analysis, because whether it is an answer to all our needs or it is something that we have to concentrate more on a certain, the vehicle must do a running of certain kilometers a day, otherwise maybe it doesn't make sense. And also for heavy duty vehicles, will it really be the final answer? So that's what I'll like to say at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You brought up a great list already of different items from electric vehicles, how to make sure electricity is being green, the importance that the economic subsidies is not going to be everything as well. Thank you very much for your inputs. Building on the knowledge that you just shared, let me ask Aditi Jha to continue further.
Thank you. Thanks for having us here. Quick question. Do all of you have a LinkedIn profile?
I do.
Okay. The reason I ask that is I'm not doing a selfish plug of my company's product. The reason I ask that is because the entire professional world is sort of represented on LinkedIn right now. We have a unique and nuanced real-time view of what's happening in the labor market force generally, and we also have a unique view of what's happening in the green labor market force. And as a company, we've actually invested behind this. Last year we came up with the first LinkedIn Green Skills Report. We've just come out with the new edition. And it's giving us a unique overview of what jobs are changing, what skills are changing, and what's going to be required in the future. To talk about some numbers, we have over 900 million members, 130,000 schools and colleges represented, and 40,000 skills. The way these data points interplay with each other, it gives us a very, very unique view on what's happening in the labor market force. Now, setting that as a context, there are a couple of things that I want to talk about. So we're talking about lifestyle changes, so what am I doing in this role? A large part of lifestyle, a large part of our waking hours is spent on where we work, right, where we go to work. So, and we're seeing a huge shift in that. We ran a survey and we found that in 87% young, early in career, I want to call them kids, in India, and about 71% in the US said that they'd rather work at a company, even if it needed a pay cut, that espouse the same values or same causes that were important to them. And that's a huge shift. That's a huge shift from previous generations. So we took some of that learning, and LinkedIn has added this product feature where employers can add up to 5 commitments that they believe in. Work-life balance, diversity and inclusion, environmental sustainability. And what we've seen is that people looking for jobs, when they look at commitments and they use the filters that are there, more often than not are looking at, is the company that I'm applying to, do they believe in environment and sustainability? Above work-life balance, above diversity and inclusion. So it's a really important value that the incoming generation of people who are coming early in their careers, this is an important value to them. And this is an important part of lifestyle change that's going to happen. It's going to make companies think more about what are the values, what am I doing on environment, what am I doing on sustainability, if I want to attract the best talent to come and work for me. And for employees as well, career choices that they will make, the skills that they will pick up, the jobs that they will choose, is also being determined by that they believe in a greener and a more resilient and a future-proof, in a more resilient future. I also want to talk a little bit about this. Green talent on LinkedIn, so anyone who has at least one green skill, grew by 12% last year. Jobs that require someone to have at least one green skill grew doubled, 22%. So there is that gap. There are more jobs that need green skills than there are people who have those skills. And it's only going to increase as more and more countries and more companies start taking on commitments to on carbon, on various facets of green. There are going to be more jobs, and we're not going to have people who have the right skills. So how are we going to bridge that? We cannot wait for a whole generation of people to go through 4 years of university and then get on the job training and then come and start working on green jobs, right? We don't have that kind of time. So where are these workers going to come from? At LinkedIn, we're calling this the skills first approach. The way we've hired in the past is not how we're going to be able to hire in the future. What we typically do is plug and play hiring. So if I were to leave my job, my company would advertise, we want somebody who's done public policy for 10 years, has worked in Google, WhatsApp, etc. Find somebody who's going to come and hit the road running. We can't do that for green. You don't have somebody who's gone to university and studied EV for 4 years, who's worked for 20 years in the sector. We don't have that skill set right now. So how are we going to bridge that gap? And that's going to come from skills first hiring. Break up jobs into what skills are required. Some of them are going to be core green skills, right? Like those are skills that are required to either prevent pollution or protect natural resources. But a lot of the other skills that the job requires are transferable. It could be negotiation, it could be strategy, it could be program management. So then how do we find that right set of cohort who has some of those skills, and then we help upskill them, provide on-the-job training, and move them to green jobs. Because what we've seen, last year has been a sort of a recessionary year, especially in more developed markets. Hiring has gone down, job postings on our platform has gone down. The only sector that's been recession-proof has been green. So which means that as we go into the future, these are going to be future economic shock-proof jobs. So we need to get more and more people upskilled in these areas and move to green jobs, which are likely going to be more remunerative and more stable. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. I think you took a very interesting perspective there when I mentioned vulnerable people. You know, you saw that from the perspective of vulnerable is someone who perhaps doesn't have the right skills in this very fast-changing green transition environment. So thank you very much for bringing that also into the discussion. Next, I would like to turn to Jennifer Like to also answer the first question.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I am, first of all, really was very interested to hear about the skills question, and this is part of a broader question that we have about social inclusion. How do we create the opportunity for people to participate in lifestyles that contribute to the sustainability of our planet and their own economic development? And the policy question then becomes one that is around enabling those inclusive actions that people can join with us. We've seen a couple of specific examples of how that doesn't work today in many policy contexts, but I will point to a few that I think are very important. Coming out of the energy efficiency world, where I worked for a long time, we saw that the transaction costs associated with making a change in your purchasing patterns is one of the biggest problems that we face, right? So looking at how do I select for the product that will be the right product at the time at which my product fails. This happened to me with my gas boiler. How do I think about replacing that? And what are the opportunities for me to make a technology change? The transaction costs associated with trying to identify the technology option that gives you that ability to purchase something is an incredibly challenging piece of, or expectation that we have of consumers. So how do we create that? In the US, they tried Energy Star, right, going within a labeling approach, and EU has done similar work in that area. But one piece that I always took away was what is an example from Mexico, where if your refrigerator failed, you could turn it in for a new refrigerator, one that had an efficiency standard, that the government essentially underwrote that purchase for consumers. And it was an immediate transaction. You didn't have to worry about whether you made a choice or not. Your refrigerator broke, you said, I want to trade it in. Trading in your old refrigerator had huge benefits in terms of energy consumption, in terms of the phase out of CFCs. So that's a very easy, how do we create, and I know that LEDs were a similar case study for many of us, how do we create those transaction paths that let you turn in old equipment, white good, that allows you to make that change. So that's one area where policymakers could make this a lot easier. Utilities can do the same, right? Utilities have a relationship with the consumer that enables behavior change. But we have to provide them with the opportunity to make that change without any transaction costs. The second example I'll give of this was with where we did, and this was in Bangalore, we used an example of a behavior change that was based on social norms. We offered people in this test case with our local partner the information about their energy consumption, and these were middle-class customers, not those who were struggling to be able to participate in an energy with energy purchases. But middle-class customers, here's where you are, here's where your neighbors are in their consumption, and here's the average. And just providing that level of granular information to them created a 7% reduction in their energy use compared to the rest of the community that we were comparing them against. We didn't look at the durability beyond a couple of years. That project ended. But what we did see was that in an average, that was a much more significant jump. There was a 3% increase in energy consumption over the period of time we were studying, where we had a 7% decrease. That's a significant change. And it is, again, this question of at what level of information can consumers make choices? We also found that it wasn't them comparing themselves to their neighbors, which is what it was socially in the United States. That was the driver. People would look at their neighbors and say, okay, I can do better if my neighbor aggregated so that there was no identifier information about which neighbor. But in terms of the average. And so, again, this is a social context. Being able to tweak and look at what matters to the individual in the context of that policy change. So in this case, being able to compare yourself against the average in India was more important than comparing yourself to your neighbor. People didn't want to be above average. They wanted to be one of the better achievers. So those are two examples of recognizing that it's the transaction ability for people to participate in this economy. I can tell you, diesel purchasing is not, in most places in the world, when you're doing your diesel genset purchasing, that is not a moment where you're in a very good space, right? Diesel is expensive. You go out, you have your generator, you're going out to buy diesel for it. It's a significant cost right away. So what do? We need that would be a significant change if we could change the amount of diesel consumed. How do we make that into something that where we say, okay, we know you have to purchase diesel on such a level and this level of frequency. How do we take that decision and make it into something that we could do to say we can offer you an alternative to your diesel genset? If we could solve for that transaction with a policy intervention, we would be able to get people off of their diesel gensets and into a solar application. I think there's a lot of opportunity for policy to use these kinds of examples to be able to create lower transaction costs and better outcomes.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. That was extremely insightful. I think what you were bringing up there Clearly, we are all living in such fast-paced environments, and when it comes to making sometimes what looks like simple, whether energy-related or other related choices, people don't always have the right stimulus or the time needed to maybe research that information that you was bringing up just now. But when you see that your neighbor is actually doing something, well, then it sort of incentivizes maybe your own behavior change. This is just one of the examples I think that you used, right? But indeed, that we have financial incentives, but also sort of behavioral nudges, where when we get inspired by others around us, by our environment. So thank you very much for that. And now, Nupur Shah, welcome, and could you please share your views and what you find the most important?
So it's a very interesting discussion, and mostly all the important points have been covered by the co-panelists. But first, I would like to add about the financial incentive part. It plays a very important role if we really want the marginal income people to have the access to energy. Now, India has set the right examples for that from the very beginning. So we all are aware about the PM Kusum scheme by our Prime Minister, right? Where he had the mission that the agriculture pumps need to be solarized. So the 60% of the project cost was covered by the state and the central government, and the 40% had to be paid by the farmers. And this 40% loan was easily available in EMIs. So 1.5 lakh agriculture pumps have been installed in India till date. This is one of the best examples of the financial support which is required to bring low-income people in the race, right? The second best example, which I completely agree with Jennifer, is the transitional cost. Now imagine tomorrow I come at your home and I ask you to install a 5-star rating refrigerator or a 5-star rating AC all of a sudden, and you just purchased your AC 2 years back. Now it's about us who are earning really well. Now imagine about a farmer or a low-income person or a rural area where they go there and they ask them to replace it with the LED bulbs. No, sorry, we don't earn that much. So what is the solution for this? So our government of India has come up with Ujala scheme, where the LED bulbs were distributed at just 10 INR. And in that 10 INR, they had to give back their incandescent bulb. It was replaced, and till date, 37 crore LED bulbs have been distributed. Apart from that, it is not only about covering the transaction cost, it is also about providing the long-term support. So apart from that, the 3-year support was given by Government of India, where in case there is any default in the LED bulb, it will be replaced without any questions asked. So this kind of support in the policy is very, very important. The third important point which I want to bring to your notice is the community participation. So there's a village, I went on a solo trip to a village in Meghalaya, and it was absolutely clean. And it was Saturday, and there was some bell ringing at 7 AM, and I asked the villagers, what is this? So everybody was out with a broom, and they started cleaning the village. So that is there every Saturday, all the villagers of the community unite and clean their place and try to make it plastic pollution free and litter free. And the fourth very good example which I want to bring to your notice is creating the right awareness campaigns to bring behavioral changes. So SE for All has been working with Mission Efficiency on various behavioral changes campaigns, and we have realized that energy efficiency is not about the megajoules save. Energy efficiency is about bringing more light to a kid studying at night in a rural area. It is about a farmer sleeping peacefully at night because he knows that he will be able to pay the bill in the morning for the heating. It is about having a quality refrigerator so that he can have the safe food next day. So creating the right awareness campaigns is also equally important. So one of the best examples which India has is Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. The moment Indians listen about Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, it rings the bell of that famous Indian Bollywood actor Amitabh Bachchan. So he was made the brand ambassador of the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, and every villager knew that Amitabh Bachchan is promoting cleanliness in the villages. So these are the kind of innovations and changes we require in the policies. So I stop over here and would request you.
Thank you very much, Nahor. I fully agree with you, that financial incentives really matter a lot. And, we are talking here about many different activities, right? Sustainable behavior can be anything from making our homes energy efficient to recycling to what Barbara has been mentioning, textile industry, the food that we consume, and many different things. Indeed, if I was just to take one example from my own country, I'm originally from Lithuania, and since we started the recycling policy where people would be, when they return the plastic bottles, they would give 10 cents back. Our recycled bottle numbers actually increased to 93% of them all being recycled in the country. So, these little things surely matter and can have a really big impact, don't they? And I very much appreciate the examples that you just brought in from India. Now, I think that we should actually be turning to our second question of the day. And here, I would like to ask all of you, who in your specific case are the main actors to ensure the buy-in for these sustainable changes that we're discussing today in behavior and business models. And given that we are in one of the largest clean energy conferences, international clean energy conferences of the year, if you also see yourselves any actions that you think should be promoted at international level, please share those examples with us again. So, Vibradon, I turn to you.
Thank you. Well, I always feel that if you talk to the youth, and first of all, they are the ones who are a bit driven, because when we started, I should say about 20 years back, we were to be convinced that climate change is a threat. Now today, the youth is very much convinced, or they are seeing the impact of the climate change, and therefore they feel that they have to take action. And one thing which I would again like to add is that while if you ask them, that is my generation, my generation is to be blamed what has happened, and the answer will be yes. 90-95% of them will blame you. And if you ask them, are you also contributing? And most of them, maybe it's 10 or 20% of them who will say that they are also to be blamed. Ask them the next question, what is responsible? And the answer is industrialization. And industrialization in the developed part of the world. Now they don't realize, and that's where we have to sensitize them, that they are also beneficiaries of the development of the industrialization. And what are they doing today? And I personally feel while they are saying that we have to do it, they are still not doing it. You look at the number, and I mean it's open to all of us, when we travel, how many of us are traveling with their families for holidays without thinking that aviation sector is one of the most polluting sector in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. Most of them, you look at the air conditioner, in my country it's comparatively, it's very hot, but then isn't it we can survive very well till at least 30 degrees centigrade? But the moment it crosses 25, our air conditioners are on without realizing that they are also further adding to the heat. Look at the temperature we keep, 18 degrees centigrade. Why? We can easily have the human comfort, and there I feel we should even set up that you can't go below 25 degrees, because that's the human comfort level, but we are not worried about that. So, I'm not saying that, so therefore what I feel is that we have to go to the youth, because they are the ones who are also going to correct us. They are the ones who are really going to face impacts if they don't go right for much longer time than us. And youth education, sensitization, and this program, Mission Life, that has been launched by the Prime Minister of India, and perhaps it's been followed elsewhere globally, is that realization that each stakeholder, each one of us is contributing to climate change, and each one of us is getting impacted due to the changing climate, of course to a different degree. And when I say it's also another point is that what get mired get controlled, because I really don't know my own carbon footprint on daily basis. So if we develop dashboards in which it is, I write what have I done today and see what is my GHG emission today, and the following day I try to follow some principles so I get encouraged that this is how I have saved. And if every Indian or everyone on this planet had done something of this kind, what will be the total saving? So that kind of encouragement perhaps is also required. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aditya?
Thank you. I'm going to go back and talk a little bit more about what we can do on the jobs and steel front. Like I mentioned, that there is going to be a growth in jobs that require green skills. But that said, right now on LinkedIn we see that it's only 1 in 8 workers that have a green skill. So it's 7 out of 8 that don't have it. As younger people come in, probably their uptake of green skills will be higher. So what happens to the mature workers, the mid-career workers? And what we're also seeing is on LinkedIn is that the hiring rate, how fast does someone get hired, is 29% higher for anyone who has a green skill versus someone who doesn't have a green skill. So it's becoming morally, economically imperative that we upskill, reskill, provide on-the-job training. We encourage education institutions to relook their curriculum. How can we add more of green skills and green job training into higher education, tertiary education as well? And this is not going to be just, it cannot be just business doing it or just the government doing it. And this is going to be a whole of the ecosystem coming together. It's going to be businesses who have skin in the game. It's going to be companies like us that empower that with our data and finding. It is going to be academia as well that needs to relook at what is being taught to students right now. And of course, there has to be a policy push from governments, as well as possibly financial incentives as well from policymakers. I also want to highlight a couple of other data points that we're seeing on the LinkedIn platform across sectors, across industries. There is a need for green skills. It's not just that it's only in the green and the renewables and the solar and hydrogen that we're seeing that there's a need for green skills. Even in traditionally carbon-intensive industries like oil and gas, we've seen that there's 21% penetration of green skill talent in the oil and gas industry. The economy average is 12.6. But in a carbon-intensive industry like oil and gas, there's 21% penetration of green skills. Transport, of course, no surprises there. There's been a massive growth in EV skills in the last couple of years. In India, between 2018 and 2023, what we saw on the LinkedIn platform is 140% growth of people who have added green skills to their profiles. But the total numbers are still small. The total share of people who have EV skills as part of the entire auto workforce is just 3.5%. But that is going to grow exponentially, and we need to upskill, reskill, provide on-the-job training to everyone who's going to come into the labor force. There's another industry that I love talking about, and that's the finance industry. The finance industry has a much lower green skill penetration as of now, 6.8% versus 12.6% as the global average. But if I look at what are the fastest growing green skills that people are adding in both in the US and in EU and in UK and in the more mature markets, the fastest growing green skills that people are adding to their profiles are carbon accounting, energy audits. So these are professions these are skills that finance professionals can learn and become make their jobs greener. So what I want to add over here is that when we look at green jobs and green skills, we have to stop thinking just of the core green jobs and green skills that's there in our imagination. All jobs are going to be somehow green. It could be finance, it could be supply chain. So how do we ensure that businesses, education institutions, policymakers all come together to one deal with this gap that we're going to have, and second, it's also an economic opportunity it's an economic, especially for countries that have a young demographic such as ours.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. Indeed, green skills and green jobs have so many different elements that go into that. You know, green skills can be so many different things now. But it is good to know also based on the statistics that you presented that, you know, if you do have those green skills, you're actually so much more likely to be employed by 21%. Jennifer, let me remind the question again. What are the main actors to ensure the buy-in for sustainable changes in behavior and business models? And international examples, or how you think that should be promoted at international level?
Many of you will know that in the United States we are facing a significant culture war, that we have a significant challenge associated with environmental sustainability, around climate change action. And I just want to address a little bit about that situation, being in India, seeing the LIFE campaign, and being very personally moved by the idea that there can be a cultural response. And I'm going to turn to the business model in just 1 minute. But for me, the challenge of social acceptance of this agenda is front and center in my mind, and comes down to, I think, 3 critical pathways. And one is by engaging, as we have seen, engaging people in very tangible steps around how they can benefit. Not creating the sense that this is somebody else's agenda, that this is somebody else's benefit, and that they are on the receiving end, which is one that makes them more vulnerable, one that makes them at risk, one that affects them negatively. And we haven't yet, in the United States, I believe, built that bigger vision. The second question, and this gets to the business models piece as well, is that we have to make this something where we've improved their lives, where we've improved people's lives. And that's not only a question of reaching people who are in energy poverty in Africa or in India. It's about reaching people who feel energy insecure or financially, economically insecure in the United States, where we have seen incomes stagnate until very recently, and where we have seen very significant worker concerns around their buying power, right? We've become a service economy, and that service economy is very transactional and very low paying. So I think that the skills question and the business models question, we have yet to create very meaningful and participation in the conversation with communities who are most affected about how to engage with them. The WRI, we've been working with a number of cities around the world, in the United States, specifically on questions of how to reach low and middle income, but particularly low income people. And there are some very interesting examples about energy efficiency, and let me just say that the energy efficiency jobs in the United States are actually quite significant, but when you look at the political agenda, they're invisible to a large extent. So we recognize that there is this need to translate the actual economic opportunity into a political conversation without making it labeled by the green movement, right, by the environmentalists. And I have to think that there was a very interesting decision by Ørsted, the wind and company out of Denmark, to engage with labor unions in the United States to create a linked agenda between labor and their wind developments in the United States in an effort to try to create that social political opportunity for their membership. And that's the kind of thing that I think begins to create that change, right? Labor unions have been entrenched because their jobs, they felt, were at risk from the industrialized economy that they participated. Their workers felt that was a risk. In this instance, where you're actually at the table as a labor union, as a member, suddenly wind jobs become something that you could imagine your pathway towards. So I think that's part of what we have to do on the US side. And then clearly, on the US side, we need to deal with things like public transportation systems getting people out of cars, getting last mile connectivity, and thinking about per capita consumption across the board, not just of clean energy, but of manufactured goods, the level of waste, the level of plastic, and getting people to reuse and actually reduce, not just think about recycling. Our recycling rates are also very poor. I'll just put that out there. There's a lot of room for improvement. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. What I took from what you just said is the fact that we need to have something with a bigger vision, right? And secondly, that in order to make these clean energy solutions more attractive, we actually the people have to perceive them as they're actually bettering their lives, or else this is going to be a very complicated endeavor. Napur?
So the disadvantage of speaking at last is all the points are almost covered. But still I would like to add something. So if you talk about the actors, which play a very important role, what I feel is there is lack of collaboration, like everybody is working in silos. So it is very important that we need to create a sustainability ecosystem. Like we have been working, SE4All has been working with mission efficiency, where we are creating an energy efficiency ecosystem at Ghana and Kenya. So this kind of movement is required where the government officers, the manufacturers, the financial institutes, the technologists, the youth, the think tanks, they come together, even the sub-national level people come together and think about a change. One of the best example which strikes in my mind is Cycle to Work initiative, which came in India long back. We were trying to replicate the model, adopt it from the international organizations or the countries, but it failed miserably in India. And the reasons are, number first, we don't have the proper infrastructure. The second, I remember one of my friends from Bangalore, he was wearing the cycling pad, he reached the office and the office guard told him not to enter because he was not in the office uniform. So then he had to call his manager, the HR team, write an email, and then he was allowed to come inside. This discouraged him to use cycle. The third example is, it's very unsafe to drive cycle in India because most of us meet with accidents. Like I and my friend were driving and the bus drivers treat us as if we don't exist. We are just ants in front of them. And she was hit by a bus. So it's so unsafe. Like we need proper regulations, we need involvement of sub-national peoples, we need municipal corporation, and we need the right people on the ground to collaborate and work if we really want to bring behavioral changes. So this is what I wanted to add from my end.
Thank you very much. You said it was hard to find something to add, and then you found so much to add, so that's great. Now, I would like to turn to the audience and give you an opportunity to reflect and provide your comments on everything that you just heard from our panel today. And I would actually like to start from the Malaya Sen, who is Indian lead at the World Economic Forum. Please.
Hello, yeah, thank you. Okay, so I was just hearing all of you and something came to my mind. During my MBA days, there was this lecturer who told that there are 3 R's, right? Reuse, recycle, and reduce. And he's told that there is a 4th R which is very important, which is rethink. Right? So I think it's time that we actually rethink number of things that we do in our daily life. I remember Rashi talking about this the first day, that the first elementary thing is AC, It's not about the temperature, but just making these ACs efficient. On one side, people will be freezing, on one side, people will be sweating. And so I think that is a very elementary thing that we need to do. Second, I think even today, something which has not been addressed well is printouts. I don't know why we still need so many one-sided colored printouts. I think that needs a lot of effort. But I equally realize that we also need to measure this. Until and unless something is measured, people often treat, it's very minuscule. And through one of our initiatives, which is at WEF, which we call as Consumers Beyond Waste Initiative, where we look into plastic reduction, as also establishing a framework through which you can measure what is getting out or what is getting emitted? How can you measure that? And we are doing this, which will serve as a core foundation to raise awareness of everything else. That is one thing. The second thing which we are doing with UNDP is to ensure that reuse comes in as a part of the UN Treaty on plastic reduction. Okay, so these two, I think, so the point which I wanted to make is unless and until we come out with something where it is measured, yeah, it becomes very difficult to say, oh, am I actually doing an impact or it's very minuscule. So yeah, thank you.
I totally agree with you on the point that we do need to have the numbers and we do need to have the data. Only when we talk about this more social dimension, it's harder, but that by no means means that we should not do it. So we definitely need to have the right tools to measure the impact that we're making, and also that links a little bit to what we were discussing in terms of how we communicate. So how we then spread those right messages further, and how they reach the consumers about the choices that they're making in order to influence that a little bit better. Any other questions, please, Matthijs?
Yeah, good morning. My name is Malik Surya. I work for the European Commission. And
Can you please hold the mic closer?
Works like this?
No, I cannot hear you.
Matthijs Surya, European Commission, World Information Innovation Clean Hydrogen Mission. Thanks for the presentations. I'm not knowledgeable in this area. But I was very struck by what Ms. Adita was saying. You are doing measurements, and you were saying, oh, there's so many green skills in this job profile, and that's, etc. You were saying it's in the financial sector only 6%. My projects are crucial at the point of the financial investment decision. Almost all the demonstration, all the work which we are doing here, it's about financial investment decision. And it is worrying that, in fact, the strongest decision makers are less knowledgeable in green jobs. I was wondering, what could we do there? And the second one is, you're not talking about also the management level. Have you been looking to green skills in management, or is it green skill on the floor? And have you some insights over there? And yeah, I don't think that they're also green. Ingredient, one other aspect you were saying, it's nice to have a female panel here. Happy to see that there are also men over here. But I think there are differences here as well, and how to deal with justice and thinking about green between men and women. I see it at home. The temperature of the heating system. There are some discussions about it, and how is that reflected, and is that also taken into education, training, etc. There are differences. Let's acknowledge that. And it would have been nice to see a man. I have to stand up. But it's first that you.
Yes.
Thank you for spotting that, and that's exactly why I raised that piece of data or statistic wherever I can. Because you're right, a lot of where money should be invested, how capital outlay will happen, a lot of those decisions that will impact how we go about reading the plan will be taken by finance professionals. And it's not a happy figure that where the economy is at 12, oil and gas is at 21%. Finance is at 6.8. Of course, there are pockets that are doing better. So Singapore is doing better. Singapore has a higher penetration of green skills within their finance ecosystem. But there's a lot of work to be done, both by the industry, by practitioners, by policymakers as well. That how do we include this in sort of their thinking, their curriculum, in the accounting standards maybe. So there's definitely work to be done. On your second question on management versus what's happening maybe on the shop floor, I was mentioning to Ingrida before we started that a lot of LinkedIn Insights is basis what members put on the platform. It's all user generated content. Traditionally, we've had more people who are higher up in the professional ecosystem create a profile and be active on LinkedIn when compared to, say, blue-collar workers, gray-collar workers. So we actually don't have a lot of insights from say, the blue-collar part of the professional ecosystem, but our data skews towards a little bit more on what's happening at say, entry-level, management level, as well as a senior level. But we haven't done that cuts. And I think that's a great question for me to take back to our data scientists on what's happening across the various seniority levels. So thanks. That's a great direction for us to do some researching.
Hello, my name is Martha, and I'm a fellow at the U.S. Department of Energy. And this panel is really interesting, and I do have a question about the different, like from everyone's perspective, the different approaches to destigmatizing energy skills, as well as also in the transition from sectors or also multi-use production systems. Because what Jennifer said actually reminded me of another fellowship that I did. And the company that you brought up was actually one of the main actors that I researched when it came to combining the different production systems in the same space. And something that I definitely picked up from that study is that the processes are very obscure to the workers when it comes to the combining of production systems, as well as when it comes to the skills needed to exist in that new space where they still need their skills, but it also includes upskilling or new skills that are emerging. So my question is there any insight you can give to the process of including workers as well as destigmatizing, since it is a very sensitive topic? Thank you.
Would any of the panelists like to reflect on that?
I actually would love to follow up with you on that study that you did. You know, this question of destigmatizing and creating opportunities for visibility and transparency, and that there are two different things that I would just note. One is that we have to be much more deliberate about reaching out to communities that have been left behind. And one of my former employers, Johnson Controls, had a program that I thought was just amazing of returning veterans who are coming back and retiring from military service. And often these people were very skilled, but not necessarily in servicing air conditioning. And the Johnson Controls team created a program to allow people to just apply for a veterans program to bring a more diverse workforce, to offer people who might be in transition in their careers an opportunity to be able to participate in the economy that would allow them to be part of that energy system and technology space. And many of those individuals were enlisted members of the military, so they weren't high-ranking officials. They were people who really would have been that blue-collar worker in a civilian job. And that created a more diverse workforce. It allowed a better integration into the communities that they were supporting and serving. And that kind of work is something that we ought to be more deliberate about. I think there's not enough social science and human resource organizational approaches in the way we manage today. Often it's much more technocratic, but if you think about where and how you create that inclusivity, it really can change the way you think about your labor force, the way you think about what kind of training or approach you could take to create that connectivity to your community.
I'll just like to add one of the a program that Terry had done that was Light a Billion Lives. Now, it was giving solar lantern to the villages which were not connected to the grid. And because just a solar lantern that improves their life, because then they have 3 to 4 additional hours to work in the evening. Now, one of the failures which becomes in many of these programs is what happened when a lantern fails. So what we had done was that they were given to an entrepreneur, and that entrepreneur, whether men or women, they were trained how to repair those lanterns. They were not given to the villagers. They will take it every day, and there will be a solar charging station, and this entrepreneur will be responsible for the upkeep of these lanterns. So it was a very successful model, because just by paying 2 cents a day, they can take the lantern and come back the following morning. So this kind of skilling also helps, and I just thought that we should keep it in mind that if those to whom you are taking these technologies, they may not have any option. And one failure, even for a day, will perhaps, in a way, they'll say, we can't rely on it. So reliability is a big factor, and you can create jobs as well as acceptability of the technology at the same time.
Thank you very much. We still have time for one more question, or a couple. Please, let's start with you.
I'm Ravinder Tanwar from Wabsol Energy System Limited, manufacturer of solar cell and modules. My question is particular to Ms. Jha. See, you talk about green jobs. And if you see in India, the TARI has, initially started a lot of work, and earlier before that, some of the universities like JNU, and, they were talking about the environment. It was a focus efforts from the TARI, then that green job has actually come. But today when we talk about the ESG, and a lot of project review has happened to be what is the ESG score of the organizations. So my question to you is that how you feel that how the ESG is playing the critical role when you decide about the biodata or the role and contributions of the knowledge pertaining to ESG of the candidates.
Thank you. That's a great question, and you bring up a great point that the focus of companies and boards, especially on ESG, has played a great role in ensuring that that companies act on and meet the commitments, because it goes up to the board, and then there are your ratings and rankings. So I think that's another great way when we talk about who are the actors that are required to make these changes. So indexes such as this, then there's a lot of indices that the Niti Aayog comes up with as a policy maker. So again, those go a long way in that because we're finally being able to measure how people are delivering on their commitments. And like you said, if you can't measure it, then it doesn't matter. So I think you bring up a great point that board commitments, ESG standards, bringing them into within the fold of accounting standards, as well as what policymakers are doing, like the stuff that Niti Aayog is doing, or the interstate competitions that they set up. I think these will play a great role in adoption of green as part and parcel of economic life. Yeah.
Thank you very much. If we take one comment and then the next one from Melisande together as well,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. So Helena Sarana from Business Finland, heading their Zero Carbon Future mission. And thank you for the insightful discussion. And I had questions, but I turned them now into comments because of the time limitation. The first comment is about, especially about the new skills for what we are needing in the future. And my viewpoint comes from 30 years in business and also mother of 3 between 20 and 24 years. So pretty deep dive into the lives of young people. So we're talking quite a lot about the skills and also how young people want to work, operate in the companies which have to share the same values as they do. But there should be also much more focus on the leadership skills, because that is also another thing that the young people value. They want to operate and work in a companies where there's empowerment in place and also justified actions. So that is also another thing. So that's also demand quite often to the, let's say, middle-aged generation. But that is something to focus on quite much more, I would say. And the other one comment is about related, you have been talking quite a lot about the challenges in the CapEx field. So how to speed up the energy transition, but the challenges in the CapEx. But in the innovation world, in addition to technological development, we should also focus much more in new business models, new service models, new earning logics and earning models, because that is the one way to get out from that one. So I leave it there. Thank you.
Yes, this is Melisande Liu from the CEM Secretariat. I also would like to talk about disruptions, so in behavioral change and what governments can do to actually facilitate that. So one example in my home country, Germany, is that they had a very interesting test with the €9 ticket, which was an effort for the German government when Ukraine was invaded. The Germans were actually worried about the energy supply, and then they issued this €9 ticket, which facilitated public transport and made it very easy for people to purchase tickets and travel across Germany, which was not the case. If you've ever traveled in Germany, you know if you travel from north to south, you have to buy various tickets. It's not easy, and it's very expensive. You usually pay up to €100. This €9 ticket was interesting because it was a test for 3 months, and in the end they found out that 52 million people purchased this ticket. In comparison, Germany has a population of 80 million, so there was a large demand for this, and it was actually so successful that this year they're starting this €49 ticket, which reflects the actual cost of public transport. But I'd like to talk more about what governments can do to create such disruptions, and also because you mentioned some of these behavioral mechanisms we have are unconscious, and so what can governments actually do to have better exchange of these best practices, disruptions, and how can we use platforms such as the CEM and these multilateral forums to exchange on these best practices?
Thank you very much, Melisande. I think that this surely deserves further reflection, right? I think you would agree with me there. One quick comment.
So regarding the business models, that's a very good question. So it reminds me of the latest business model where a government of India is urging people to adopt BLDC fans, like to have BLDC fans, and middle class people are panicking, like, we have the fans, we run it for 10 years, how we can replace it with BLDC fans? So they have come up with the solution where they have to pay a upfront cost. They have shown they have prepared a pamphlet where they show what is the normal cost of the conventional fan. What if you use a BLDC fan, how much you will be saving, right? And they have to give an upfront cost, and equivalent to that saving, they have to pay the EMI for certain years. So I think we need to come up with such innovations, such business models where you can inspire along with the right campaigns and the messages, so that people can, easily, we can easily nudge the behavior of the people, and they can become more sustainable.
Thank you very much. Thanks all. I think that now it's surely the time for us to be closing, unfortunately, our event, but I'm so happy to see so much engagement around. And I will be handing to my colleague Barbara Kaufmann to actually close the session. However, because I started with a gender comment, I'll close with a gender comment. Actually, women are the ones that experience energy poverty still more than men globally. There is still a very big gender pay gap that actually, is a very strong, has a very strong influence there. And women, indeed, like one of the comments that was mentioned, sometimes behave in more sustainable ways. Women own less private vehicles, for example. Women are more willing to consume less meat, for example, and so on. And with that, I will be handing over to my colleague Barbara to now close everything on what we've heard today.
Thank you very much. I would not like to let the men off the hook, and I'm actually also very happy that they have actively participated in this debate. So I think we need everybody, and I'm really very pleased with the engaging discussion we had, both with regard to the interesting comments from the panelists, but also the participation I've seen today in this in this meeting, which suggests for me that there's really room to continue on this debate, along with all the other very important discussions that are taking place on CEM and mission innovation. So thank you very much for that. I found many very interesting examples, inspiring from Jennifer about the refrigerators that are exchanged for free in Mexico, and from Nupo on the LED bulbs or the agricultural pumps. And I agree that we need to create transition paths, that we need to provide incentives. And I also, we heard from Vipa, and she's definitely right, that there are also limits to what can be financed, what governments can do. There's also a lot of, that we need a careful reflection. What are the right paths that can be incentivized? What is more an issue of guidance? And I found the point about measurement important, because I think there is a lot of commitment out there from people, and if they knew better what the situation is, they could do better. Actually, while we were discussing, I was thinking about all these sports apps where people are counting the steps that they are doing and are incentivized by that, and I think we would need more of this in the environmental field, and that could maybe really also contribute to a change of behavior. I think this whole discussion about jobs and skills was also very important. We will have, by the way, this afternoon at 1:15 a session on skills, but it's indeed when people are increasingly moving to jobs that are green and sustainable and want to move, we first need also the transparency from the companies how they are, and when they are committed to more sustainable values, then this is something that will actually also incentivize. And then the very importance of skills. We have the European Year of Skills right now because we see that there's no other way out. And I think in terms of some actors, I also found it important that we need to listen to the youth. They set already some good examples, and we can learn from them, but also what they have to say, and they have to be integrated in the debates, similarly to making sure that we have discussions with vulnerable households and workers. I think these are all very important issues, because about that we cannot get where we need to be and not have this social acceptance you talked about. So I think it's clear that indeed, as I said at the start, we have these other important issues of deployment of technologies, efficiency gains, and so on. And at the same time, we have to have this discussion about behavioral changes. And I think we can do a lot more. The 40 to 70% by was it 2030 would really provides for a lot of incentives to all of us to do something better, and to make sure that policies are changing in a way to nudge these behaviors. So I hope that we can continue in the context of CEM this debate, and also continue next year and see how we can also partner up with some of you. And so we're interested in continuing that, and also bringing research and policy together, because as we learned, we need to still have more information. And I would say, on our side, we continue also to support the CEM Secretariat, and want to make sure that also there is more research done, for instance, by the IEA. And I think I would like to stop there, but really it was very energizing. We didn't know how many people would still show up on a Saturday morning, but this has been really wonderful. Thank you very much.
And just to say, there's a second event on skills this afternoon as well. It's in Ballroom 3. It's called EPI, Collaborative Strategies for Jobs and Skills for Just Clean Energy Transition. Starts at 1:15 in Ballroom 3.
Yeah, and I would like to start my presentation, and we will be introducing the project NDCTIA. We will be talking about the regional component, what we have done, and we will also elaborate more on the India component together with Niti Aayog, what we are doing currently and what we have already achieved. With this, yeah, so NDC Transport Initiative for Asia. The project is mainly focused WRI in collaborations with NITI, and it's called Forum for Decarbonizing Transport. Then second output is about improving the policy and regulatory framework. That would be it from the project perspective, introducing the project, what we have achieved and what we are doing at the moment. Yeah, so we have a few reports available in the room. Please grab them, and yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kuldeep, for the presentation. Now I welcome Mr. Christopher Dekey, Director, Global Advocacy and Engagement at SLOCAT Partnership, to present an overview.
And primarily the goal of GCAP is to support regions, like we have here in Asia, in raising climate goals and actions through advanced policies and implemented projects. So I press this, right? Okay, great. So now, going from there, introducing GCAP, I can now introduce the Leadership Group for Clean Transport in Asia. The Leadership Group was established in June 2021, so 10 years after we had established GCAP, as a mechanism to support technical and policy leads from member countries that have come together as a collaborative group to work towards cleaner and sustainable transport in the region. So you can see here the member countries we have. We have Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Indonesia, Laos, Philippines, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and Vietnam. So currently, these are the members of the leadership group. It's a membership-based platform of policy and technical leads, and we're supporting with multilateral activities like capacity building, workshops, technical training, study tours, peer learning. It's really about, working together to kind of improve and enhance clean mobility in the region. Topics that we've been focusing on in our workshops and other events have been identified and prioritized by the members of the leadership group. So activities seek to build regional synergies while also helping to support project implementation on the ground. And as you can see here, the leadership group has 3 primary objectives. It's to develop shared goals and visions for transformation of transport systems in Asia, to develop and strengthen pathways to achieve transitions toward net zero transport systems at the national and subnational levels and throughout the region, and to implement actions consistent with these goals and pathways through regional trainings, peer collaboration, and learning. So next slide. Okay, so in terms of outputs to date, we had a roundtable in Delhi back in September 2022, and so GCAP, with the support of the US Department of State, organized this roundtable dialogue that brought together 9 of the countries of the region, so the members of the leadership group, to discuss national and regional needs aimed at formulating alignment around near-term impact areas that result in tangible cooperation among the members of the leadership group. And through the discussions, it resulted in drafting these 10 impact areas that would lead to transformative change and moving the region towards cleaner mobility. And using these impact areas, it will inform many of the multilateral projects for this year in 2023 and beyond. So this workshop in Delhi was really about learning from the members of the leadership group about what they'd like to see happening on the ground in their countries and how GCAP can support with that work. The second output I'd like to talk about was an online training around EV battery circularity. So after listening to many of the members at the Delhi workshop in September, we heard that some of these priority areas revolved around EV battery circularity. And so we were able to organize this, this virtual training series, starting with the workshop that I'm showing here, designed to support in-country and regional key policy and technical leads to achieve ambitious impacts around this topic and other topics to come. So the series will consist of 4 phases that will be implemented across 6 months in 2023, and then working with the leadership group in 2024 and beyond. And so the virtual training was really the kickoff, and we're hoping to have in-person trainings and gatherings in the future. And then the third output I want to talk about was this roundtable here in Goa as part of the Clean Energy Ministerial. And this is really about continuing to engage stakeholders on the ground in the member countries, obviously here in India, to help continue to expand the outreach and work of the leadership group and to work more closely with local partners like NITI and others. Now, looking ahead, there we go. In terms of the next steps for the leadership group, so the GCAP Asia platform has kind of a multi-year vision and strategy for how the leadership group will continue to do its work. And the strategy is to establish, among implementing partners, guiding principles for engagement with the members of the group, and of course, continuing to expand our membership.
also done the same thing, and we have identified let's say 10,000 buses kind of thing. If that is how the orders are placed to the industry, then industry gets geared, and they just don't bother about the incentives and this and that. The only thing they bother about is how fast they can ramp up their supply.
Last but not the least, I also believe, and there is an understanding that is developing, that probably we need to see the bus operations in a different way. The bus operations through these gross cost contract models, they seem to have bus at the core, but actually it is not. What is at the core of these contracts is project management, a long-term project management. Bus is just incidental to the whole thing, and we must understand probably that the bus manufacturers, they are not operators. So probably there might be a case that we open up the qualification requirements to project management companies, leasing companies, probably even to freight operators who are into the operations, so that they can come in and bid. Something like people who have long-term contract experience, a public-private partnership experience. They, even if it is, let's say, in a highway sector or any other sector, and these incidences have happened in the past, the government has used these mechanisms. I mean, completely different sector people have been allowed into different other sectors, and they have done very well. So probably we may have to look at this in a different manner. Last but not the least, contractual leadership is extremely important. I keep on saying that everywhere, from the STU side, because the operators can be new. The earlier, maybe it was Tata's that was supplying bus, now it may be a bus operator maybe. So the only common entity in every single such contract is the STU. STU also needs to understand that this is a different contract. It's not just a purchase contract that you purchase buses and then you start operating them. The contractual leadership in PPP contracts is extremely important. Cash flows are important. Delays in remunerating, periodic remuneration, because the whole contract actually runs on defrayed payments every month. So if those cash flows get marred because of any reason, that will be the death of the project. So I think these were the challenges which I thought I will address, and happy to interact with everyone. And thank you very much, Dr. Dam. I think we have had an opportunity to interact when I was Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Power. And GIZ as such has done a lot of work, and I understand that you will be on your way out. And but let me really compliment Dr. Dam for a great job done here. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much for the appreciation. Yes, we have a company policy that after 6 years you should leave the country. So I'm with India for 8.5. So you can see the appreciation from my own company as well. But at one point in time, and I will go to GIZ Ukraine. And there's a lot of work left to do as well.
Thanks, Mr. Kapoor, for your words. So moving ahead, I welcome Mr. Douglas J. Arndt, Executive Director, Strategic Public-Private Partnerships Office, NREL, to give the special address on role of NREL in the global clean energy transition.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and I very much appreciate a few minutes of your time. So NREL, the National Renewable Energy Laboratory, is one of the 17 Department of Energy national labs, as hopefully you know. We've been affiliated with in multiple different roles with GCAP, i.e. the LEDS Global Partnership, now for more than a decade. And you see a few of our representatives only. So I have a colleague at the table, Jal Desai, who could raise his hand. He will be with us as well. But maybe what you don't really appreciate is that the laboratory is actually quite large. We're nearly 3,500 people located in Golden, Colorado. And in particularly, we've been around for 46 years. We represent a cumulative investment of about $18 billion from the government in infrastructure and facilities and knowledge. And our principal role is to create knowledge and work with industry to adapt that and accelerate it into the marketplace, and then also to work and support the adaptation globally. So you see a very small slice of that in our work here in India or in Asia and the region, and you'll see an even smaller slice as I go through the next few slides on just our work on sustainable mobility, particularly focused on EVs, but we have sustainable mobility that also covers sustainable aviation fuels, sustainable airports, mass mobility, and many other aspects as well. So you can see I would use a US analogy that it's a snowflake on top of the iceberg, and most of the iceberg's underwater, but that doesn't work here. So think about it as a raindrop during the monsoon season. So you see very little of NREL with just a few of our representatives. I think most importantly, when you talk about technology development and technology de-risking, is that NREL's core mission is to innovate and de-risk technologies, to bring them to the marketplace. So here on this slide, you see just an example of much of our research facilities, which are focused on decarbonization. You can see a picture of our primary campus in the background. Hopefully some of you have been there, and many of you will come eventually and have that opportunity to do that. You can see we also walk the talk. The buildings are fully with solar power and decarbonized. We have a net zero campus. We run electric vehicles and autonomous vehicles on our campus as well. And we do significant research all the way up to configurable systems of many tens of megawatts at another site which is slightly north of here toward Boulder. On sustainable mobility in particular, we have a vision that I think we all commonly share, which is to provide equitable, affordable, reliable mobility services be that across all aspects of the spectrum, be it from air to vehicles to two-wheelers to bicycles to even mass transit systems, et cetera. And it's really around this implications for solution speeds. We need vehicle technologies to continue. We have an in-depth program on alternative battery technologies, for example, which is kind of behind the scenes here. We did the first vehicle experiments with electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles with the major auto manufacturers, 6 of them from around the world. We also did the first experiments with hydrogen vehicles and collected proprietary data, then put them out for the manufacturers to de-risk their technologies. So those are behind-the-scenes work that's now decades old that we're now seeing the fruit of as these technologies come to the market. And the real key is then working with you all. How do you prep the market? How do you work on the market adoption and the contracts and the infrastructure, the policies, and the regulatory frameworks to be able to rapidly bring these technologies into the marketplace? And so you can see many of these aspects as well. This vision for decarbonization of transportation is laid out in this slide, and I won't walk through every detail of it, but it has decarbonized power as the core backbone of it, i.e. the creation of low-carbon electrons. Those low-carbon electrons, of course, are the fuel for electric vehicles, as we well know, but they're also the potential energy source for low-carbon, high-density fuels, because they can go into hydrogen, which then goes into high-density liquid fuels, which might be sustainable aviation fuels, that might be combined with carbon dioxide, directly captured from the air, or a flue stream, or biomass-derived, et cetera. So you can see it's quite a large breadth of technology capabilities, and of course we're working on charging infrastructure standards. So we have recently announced in the last few months a standard for heavy-duty vehicle charging, at least in the United States. If that propagates worldwide, think of charging a high-voltage charging infrastructure for medium and heavy-duty trucks that could be up to 4.5 megawatts per vehicle. And so this leads to then a really interesting conversation between the grid and electric mobility as one thinks about a highway infrastructure, for example, here in India. And if you had a truck stop, for example, and you would like to be able to simultaneously recharge relatively rapidly 10 trucks at the same time, that means every truck stop is a 45 megawatt load. And then you will have hundreds of those, if not thousands of them. And so the conversation really has to be had actually between the National Highway Authority and the grid authorities and the grid operators, et cetera, and really think about all of that. So our teams did a survey in the Asia region. There were 5 elements that really came forward as really top priorities of work. And there are examples of this now coming out in this dialogue in particular, which I think are very important. The infrastructure and the grid compatibility, what I just mentioned. Vehicles and components, how do we bring that forward with standards and de-risking of those technologies? The planning side, data collection and management, also the use of that data in order to do forward planning is very important. Of course, energy efficiency continues to be a critical piece. And this integrated power mobility solution piece, it a little goes back to the first part, but it's more than that. It goes back to what Dr. Dam said at the first part, which is vehicle-to-grid technologies. In the United States, that's now expanded into a conversation of using aggregated vehicle batteries as virtual power plants along with distributed energy resources and using them to be grid compatible as well, beyond just providing electricity services to a single household. So there's another landscape going forward, which might be 5 or 10 years out here, but we're on that cutting edge in certain locations, and we're happy to share those capabilities, the knowledge, the tools, and all of that with you all as well. There's also a huge database and data set of planning tools behind these capabilities. If you were to Google very quickly NREL EV-X, you will get to the website of all our electric vehicle planning tools. Most of them are publicly available. All of them are adaptable if there's sufficient data sets in order to help advance the planning cycle, the integration, the finances of an individual site as well. And so those are a deep resource that is available to everyone as well. And then here's just a summary of, very quickly, regional activities that we are active in the region. I'm sorry, the slide didn't work very well on that right-hand piece. There's a little bit of overlap there. But you can see that it's quite broad, but it shares common attributes of really thinking about propagating electric vehicles, light, medium, and heavy-duty fleets, particularly in the bus fleets, as just described here, really working on the planning cycle and putting the policy and regulatory frameworks in place in order to advance those solutions locally with support for equitable transition. And here I think about supply chains, manufacturing, jobs, economic development, which are all critical aspects of the stakeholders here. And that brings me to the final point of really what are public-private partnerships and the approach of doing so. And I think it's really important to understand that the dialogue going forward to implement these successfully is a public-private partnership dialogue. It's among governments, NGOs, and the private sector together, along with stakeholders who all want to see themselves as part of the solution, benefiting from the solution not only for the mobility services, but also for the economic productivity and benefits as well. So that is one raindrop in the monsoon season of a little bit of slice of NREL's capabilities. And thank you for inviting us here, and we're very pleased to be a partner in the whole endeavor. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Arndt. It was great to hear the initiatives at NREL. With no further delay, I would like to move to the next part of the event, the roundtable discussions on national pathways for Asia regional decarbonization and EV battery circularity and charging infrastructure. I welcome Ms. Chaitanya Kanuri, Associate Director, Electric Mobility, WRI India, to moderate the roundtable discussion. Over to you, Chaitanya.
Thank you so much, Bhagyashree, and welcome everyone. We've just heard our distinguished speakers give an overview of the importance of international cooperation and the importance of collaboration between public and private stakeholders. The NDC-TIA initiative, of which WRI India is proud to be one of the consortium members, and the leadership group Clean Transport in Asia, which Christopher spoke about, and Kuldeep also spoke about some of the achievements of NDC-TIA, I think actually highlight how important, especially when it comes to a disruptive transition, this sort of cooperation, collaboration, and discussion, and constant sort of communication is. So we want to take advantage of today's gathering to actually further shed some light on some of the pathways that countries and regions are imagining for their transport decarbonization transitions, and exchange some of these lessons between countries, as well as understand what the global frameworks for cooperation are that exist, and how countries can leverage the same, especially emerging countries that might work with global partners to facilitate the transition. So with that very brief introduction, I will first turn to Mr. Sudhendu Sinha. So you've spoken about the importance of regional cooperation, but first maybe to reflect a little more on India's story, what have been the different stages of India's electric mobility journey over the years, and how has that been shaped by the country's evolving roadmap towards climate change mitigation and net zero targets?
In fact, this is such a big topic that there can be a seminar on this only. But anyway, to cut it short, 2015 we started FAME-1. So that what I would call it very, very, not a solid, but yes, some effort towards some commitment just to show that, okay, transformation is acceptable, it may be acceptable, depending upon what lessons we draw. And 2018, as we move on, then we have got Prime Minister straight away, leading the Global Move Summit, where he becomes very, very emphatic before everybody else that India is going to transform as far as the electric mobility adoption is concerned. 2019, FAME-2 starts, and 2019 National Mission on Transformative Mobility and Battery Storage was initiated, was formed with base at Niti Aayog, because it was understood that, okay, this is an interministerial kind of coordination, tremendous that sort of thing would be required, a lot of thinking through, a lot of new ideas have to be brought about globally. Therefore, it should be nowhere else other than NITI. So that was the idea with which they went ahead. 2019 FAME2 is very, very specific targets, specific amount of money was pledged into that. That is how it was going on. At NITI and at the central level, it was very clear that, okay, what we should not do, that we were clear of. So first thing that we knew was that we should not be asking the states to go on the dotted lines, because we knew the political, and the constitutional framework. We knew that the states have got a lot of sovereign powers, and we can't be traversing their pathway and saying that this is good and this is bad, because in such a case, what happens is protest is something that is very, very normal, expected. So at the central level, we simply did was that we created some of the flagship schemes, FAME2, then PLI scheme, PLI for the automobile components, PLI for the battery storage systems, circular economy, circularity kind of action plan. So these schemes were only national level schemes were floated. But at the same time, we started persuading the states, what is the subnational units, to go ahead and adopt this particular transformation. Very difficult exercise. 2015 we started. India has got 36 states are there in union territories. We were reaching out to each one of them. And it took us 29 months to persuade one. After 29 months, we could just crack one to get into with us. Fortunately, it was Karnataka, and in 2017, September, they came out with their EV policy willy-nilly. And then it took in another 29 months. We were still persuading the other 35 of them. In another 29 months, 9 of them joined. That was a big number. First 29 months, 1. Second 29 months, 9. Another 23 months, 19. So that is how it goes on. And then some of the states said that, okay, my policy was not all that good. I want to recalibrate them, revamp them. And now we have got states which say that we are not happy with our policy. See? So the very fact that they can understand that there is need for policy, that they can evaluate and think that, okay, this is not good or this is not so acceptable to them, that itself is a big thing. That was the achievement. And today, of course, 33 states out of 36 of them, they are having EV policies. Goa is all the more aggressive. I don't know what is the current stage as of now, but with Goa incentive, the two-wheelers in Goa, the ICE and the electric, they were costing the same. Goa has got the first, because it has got the first collectorate. Collectorate means a district unit, so lower than a state, a component of state. So it has got the first collectorate where 100% vehicles are electric. Not Goa collectorate, all government vehicles, 100% of them are electric. So it has got very first around. Similarly, every state started showcasing that what first do we have. So Himachal says that we are the first to identify 6 green corridors, long stretch of roadways, 250 to 450 kilometer roadways, which are completely accessible with charging infrastructure. So this is how it is going on. So it gives tremendous satisfaction, tremendous the happiness to us that the strategy which we adopted, it was a correct strategy. Because had we been little more aggressive, little more overboard, probably it would have taken some more time. So probably at time, what I say, restraint is also appreciable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And I think it is notable to remark that this increase in ambition in the e-mobility policy is also accompanied by an increase in ambition in India's overall sort of climate framework as well. So they are going hand in hand. Now I'll come to Mr. Vishal Kapoor. In your address, sir, you spoke about some of the lessons from this demand aggregation, which India has sort of provided as a model to the world. standardization, homogenization, clear signal to industry were some of the lessons that came out. Do you think this can be applied to other vehicle segments in the country to accelerate their promotion as well?
Of course, I think beyond buses, we are already doing it in the four-wheelers. So we as an institution have around 2,000 vehicles outside on lease. But now we are changing the model just to spur in the network effects and put the vehicles on the road. We had taken we had purchased the vehicles and we had put out these vehicles on the streets through various government departments. Now, in my opinion, that's something that we have done to germinate the market. And now, with the network effects, people are now taking up more and more electric vehicles. Now, we want them, as a government institution, we also want that the market should develop in this. We are now changing our strategy and we are now going in for electric vehicle as a service from the fleet operators. We want to develop a large section of fleet operators. Could be several of them, like cars on rent and all kinds of people who provide vehicle on lease basis to us, and we do the lease back to the clients. We aggregate demand. So the idea is, again, aggregation, as I said, will remain central to all this. But once we are able to aggregate demand, we will be able to provide a clear-cut indication to the market, because otherwise, in the normal course, it will take time for the market to develop, because piecemeal requirements of 10 vehicles, 7 vehicles, 13 vehicles coming from various places, it becomes difficult, and the real good market will not be able to develop. It may be some small-time operators who may just buy vehicles and put them. The quality of service is also, a centralized monitoring ability, because electric vehicles are very, very amenable to monitoring, over time, especially on the government institutions. So I believe there's a lot of synergy between digital interventions, aggregating demand, and on back-to-back lease, and so that we can create the market for electric mobility in four-wheelers. This is what we are doing, coming out in the next 2-3 months.
Thank you. So, it's really interesting to see how CESL has first done the demand aggregation as a sort of procurement intermediary, and now you're becoming an operational intermediary almost by bringing the operators on one side and the demand on the other again. Now, I'd like to also turn to other countries that are represented around the table and understand how those are looking at their national transport decarbonization pathways. So here I'll turn first to Angel from SLOCAT. How are other Asian countries charting their national transport pathways for decarbonization? And what are the main buckets of policies, incentives, disincentives, and regulatory frameworks that we're seeing in other Asian and Southeast Asian countries?
Sure. Thank you, Chaitanya, and thank you for everyone for joining us today. In the work that we are doing with the Leadership Group for Clean Transport in Asia, we are seeing the identified priorities that they have in their own frameworks. Namely that there should be a development and kind of the standardization of these and bringing up the work that's happening on subnational levels and to scale that up into the national policies. What our work focuses on is to amplify the synergies in some of the following areas to support the focus on clean and just energy transition in this region. And namely, this involves delivering knowledge products and engagement opportunities that support the implementation of this just energy transition for the transport sector and transport decarbonization. This also includes the realignment of ongoing transport and energy efforts towards scaling up renewable energy, integration in the transport sector, and phasing out of fossil fuels. And then most importantly, in terms of aligning the national and regional decarbonization of transport, a very important aspect of this is also building upon existing commitments, such as, for example, last year at COP27, we're seeing the international assistance to the transition of zero-emission vehicles, as well as exploring memberships in the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, as well as supporting the Just Energy Transition Partnership for Indonesia, which was launched in the G20 summit last year. So these are just some of the things that we're gathering, but yeah, with the work in the leadership group for clean transport in Asia, we hope to keep building upon these priority areas, especially in terms of electrification and EV batteries in the coming years and months to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Turning next to Elizabeth, so here you do have a regional component and the EU member states that sort of work as independent domestic entities under that. So how does the EU's 2050 net zero roadmap help countries in establishing their own national roadmaps? Do you find that having that sort of regional direction does help increase the ambition for European member nations as a result? And having that regional cooperation, does it help, you know, more progressive countries work with maybe other laggard countries to create frameworks for faster progress as a whole?
Yes, thank you very much also from my side for this interesting panel and the valuable contributions that we have heard. Yes, of course. So it is really helpful and really important that in Europe we have the European level and then we have the national level of the member states. So I would say, for example, we would have not seen this tremendous increase in new sales of EVs in Germany between 2020 and 2022 if it weren't for the CO2 standards that we have on the European level. So that is really important. And also, I think that different member states within the EU are inspiring each other and being role models for each other is also a great push and a great help to increase ambition. So I said this in a session where it was 2 days ago, that from Agora we always think it's really important to look at the entire EV ecosystem when it comes to raising ambition. So of course look at subsidies and look at charging infrastructure, but also really look at how to transform the industry in a really just way, because you know that in Germany very many people work in the EV industry and are dependent on the car industry, which is I think the same thing in India. You have a very impressive vehicle industry where very many people work. So for us, we always think it's very important to have a socially just transition of that industry. But another thing which we also think is really important when it comes to the cost parity between ICEs and EVs is that we not only incentivize EVs but also have a tax system in such a way that also kind of disincentivizes ICEs at some point. And this is a thing that where other European member countries are really a role model, because we see that they have these kind of tax systems and that the EV acceleration really ramps up. And this is why I think, it's really great to have, of course, sometimes with these very different member states, it's also not so easy to come to a consensus on European level. So I guess that's easier if you are a state like the USA or like India, and not having so many individual member states, but still it really helps to increase each other's ambition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And here I'll turn to Yari to maybe build upon that a little bit. So we've heard about the EU roadmap, and at the moment, would you say there is some sort of global vision or targets for transport decarbonization, just like you have at the regional level? And I think since we know that there is not much of a one, is there a need to develop a more concrete global framework that can help push the transition at a sort of international level as a whole?
Thank you very much for the question, and good morning, everyone. I guess we do have a global target, that is the Paris Agreement, and well below 1.5 degree scenario. So there is a target that is binding to all of the countries. And then we have the NDCs that are the implementation tool, or in theory at least the implementation plan of the individual countries to reach that 1.5 degree scenario. But that's where the problem starts, I think, is that if you look at the NDCs, I think 98% of them, those do mention transport. 85 of the countries that all the countries that have submitted NDCs have measures for transportation, but only 18% of the NDCs have a target for transportation. And so the first step could be raising that ambition and making a competition almost among the countries to include those targets for transportation in the NDCs that we're submitting. So that would be my first sort of global, if you wish, a pathway or ambition target that in the NDCs we really see targets for transportation sector as well. But then we come to the national scenarios, national pathways and strategies. The other thing we've noticed obviously is that the national strategies don't match the NDCs as well. So there are national strategies, pathways are more detailed, they are more comprehensive than the NDCs for many good reasons. But it is interesting that those don't translate necessarily to the global dialogue as well. And interesting examples we've heard today about India, we've heard over the week here as well, that there are a lot of these innovations in the policy that could be translated into those international examples as well. So the transfer of a policy innovation is important. We talk about technology innovation and all that, but the policy innovation needs to be translated and transferred around the world as well. I don't think there's one global strategy. I think we all agree on that. There's pathways as different for different countries. There's also an opportunity to learn from the mistakes that other countries have done. Looking at the global north, where we are electrifying vehicles like to like. I think the Indian strategy of focusing electrifying buses, electrifying 2-3-wheelers is much better in a sense, as if you look at the smaller size of vehicles, even in the European context, having a smaller size vehicle consumes 15% less of electricity, and that means 1/3 less of charging infrastructure needed for catering that electricity. So we cannot just focus on electrification. It has to be electrifying smaller vehicles and translating that and making the shift to the modal shift to the buses, as India is doing as well. And maybe final point, and then we come to the regional plans. And I think G20 Sherpa, Mr. Kant, said it very well in his opening remarks on Tuesday, that in order for the regions to be able to go for the targets, you need a national policy framework as well. And so kind of cascading from the high-level Paris Agreement all the way to the regional agreements, but there has to be those linkages that are helpful. I don't know if I answered your question really comprehensively, but I hope this gives some idea of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yari. No, I think it definitely does, because we've seen how, at least even in India, how the very strong national framework has spurred the states to move more robustly and faster than they otherwise would have. So that stronger linkage between the global and national, we can well imagine, might have the same impact. I'd like to turn to Ms. Rosemary Kramer. Hi, Rosemary. So based on your experience of aligning national goals around a global memorandum for medium and heavy-duty freight electrification, are there any lessons there on how such a global memorandum can help countries set up their goals and have that framework to work with and have some capacity building as well from that global to national?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here and to be invited. Yeah, we started the Global Memorandum of Understanding because we, in the Netherlands, we are a very small country. We are quite ambitious, but we don't have a lot of OEMs that could produce for our market, and we were too small to kind of increase the demand for zero emission, mainly for zero emission trucks, significantly. So that is really why we started to collaborate. That's where it origins from. And now we have now 27 countries that have joined the ambition of 30% zero emission sales of trucks and buses in 2030 and 100% in 2040. And over 80 subnational governments and companies have endorsed that ambition. Goa was just announced this morning as an endorser. We are very proud of, and we hope one day we can welcome India as well. What we do with this global MOU is it's really aimed at bringing that signal to the market. So we want to say to OEMs, to infrastructure providers, okay, we as governments, we are jointly ready for this transition. We will work together to implement policies and to make sure that we can we can get there, that it is possible, and we need to do that because the Paris Agreement is aiming at 2050, and that's literally around the corner. So in 2040, we really, really need to stop selling polluting vehicles. So the first thing is bringing that signal to the market. Another very great advantage for governments that sign the global MOU is that they are an interesting country for investors to invest in, especially in the truck side. And we see that, I think 3 or 4 years ago, the debate on the technology for zero-emission trucks was on a whole different level than where we are now. It was almost unthinkable that we could drive long distances on battery electric trucks. And we have been progressing so much ever since, and it starts to accelerate. So it's really becoming an added value to collaborate also on the topic of zero-emission trucks with other countries. But where to start? I mean, which policies do work? There are several pathways. So it's really about learning from each other, learning from, I mean, a couple of mistakes that we made in the global north. So we are really building that community, and there are also countries that are, well, they really don't know where to start, but they can. There's a lot of peer-to-peer learning, a lot of network building with the OEMs, with charging infrastructure providers. It is a huge network, and where countries and subnational governments really help each other to implement those policies, because the technology is there. In roughly 2030, for most of the truck types, the total cost of ownership will be better than for the diesel alternatives. So it's not about why, it's not about when, it's only about how, which pathway to choose, and we're helping with that in the global MOU. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And I think the fact that when CEM launched their 30 at 30, we had only 14 signatories, and this being a slightly later initiative, we can already see how much the ambition has picked up, given that for the most difficult among those segments, we're now saying 27 countries have signed on. So we can really see how, and knowing how much this has shaped the national narrative in India also, we can see how powerful these sort of global compacts can be in raising ambition, certainly. I would now turn to Jal Desai. Jal, you have at NREL, you have the Clean Energy Solutions Center, which actually acts as a capacity building sort of lab for various countries to support their transitions. Can you speak about that a little bit?
Sure. Again, thank you so much for having me here. As Chris and Kulip mentioned about GCAP, right, which is hosted by NREL, we have another initiative of CEM, which is Clean Energy Solutions Center, and NREL is the operating agent of that, which is co-led by US and Australia. So Clean Energy Solutions Center basically has 3 services. So the first one is the resource library, and as Kulip was mentioning about the digital library on green mobility, we have something similar, but CSC is technology agnostic, right? So we have all of the other technologies as well, but we have policy brief, journal articles, so, and again, it's free, and for basically public can access it, right? And the second is training and capacity building, right? So every month we host webinar, and the last month we hosted actually on EV, basically the policy, barriers and solutions. And the third one, which is considered the jewel of Clean Energy Solutions Center, is Ask an Expert. So we have around 80 experts from around the world, and since inception we have worked on more than 300 requests submitted by 90 governments, right? So right now we are working with the government of Philippines. So they, like government or any organizations working with government, right, they can reach out to the Solution Center, and the services are offered for free. And again, this is only for emerging economies. So right now, as I mentioned, we are working with Philippines on a couple of requests. So the first one is regulatory impact assessment of transport fuel economy labeling program. So that's the first one. The second one is they want to look at what charging standards they want to implement. So keeping in mind what lessons learned from other countries, right? So they want to standardize that in Philippines. And the other one is, like 2 days ago, NREL published a report this is specific to the US, which is 2030 charging infrastructure. And as my colleague Doug was mentioning, that we have this like NREL analysis tools, right? EVIX, Tempo, FastSim, and again, all of these tools are freely and accessible. We use those tools to come up with, okay, what are the number of charging standards or charging stations needed, the components, the strategy. So we're going to kind of use those similar tools to do some similar analysis in Philippines. So again, that's free for emerging economies, and that's how basically we help through this program Ask an Expert and other services. So.
Thanks so much, Jal. I think from our experience working at various levels, especially the subnational levels, we know how important it is to have these sort of resources available to help states and regions put together projects that are viable, bankable, and implementable. Thank you. Now, having sort of gotten this perspective at the global level on how there are different public sector and CSO-supported initiatives to promote the adoption, I'd like to turn to the business side. So here I'd like to turn to Ms. Melanie Kreis from DHL and the Deutsche Post DHL. And Ms. Melanie, the Deutsche Post has been at the forefront of electrifying their transport fleets. So can you elaborate on the motivations and the impacts of this transition? And I saw that you were the CFO there. So can you also speak about whether this decision also makes sense from a financial perspective, because it's often seen as a trade-off?
Working now? Yeah, okay, cool. Great, so just to give you a bit of perspective. So I'm the Chief Financial Officer of DHL, and we're the world leading logistics company, and that is great, but it also comes with a very significant CO2 footprint. And to put that into perspective, last year we had CO2 emissions of 36 million tons of CO2. That's more than the CO2 footprint of Switzerland. And we have acknowledged that problem more than 15 years ago, and for example, started reporting our CO2 emissions through the financial systems with reasonable audit assurance, so at least we know the size of the problem. And we have also committed to decarbonizing our operations in line with the Paris goals and the SBTi targets, which means that we have to come down to below 29 million tons of CO2 by 2030. The biggest problem is actually aviation. 2/3 of our CO2 emissions are from aviation. That's a different topic, but of course also decarbonizing the last mile has been a priority for us for many, many years. And when we started on that journey more than a decade ago, there were no electric vehicles available. And we talked to all the large OEMs, and they asked us, okay, what numbers are you going to order? And we talked about 10,000, which I already thought was a big number, and they just laughed and said, well, that's not enough for us to really go down that journey. And so we actually ended up developing our own last mile electric delivery vehicle. And the great benefit of that is that we now have 23,000 four-wheel light vehicles for parcel pickup and delivery on the road. So we have the largest LCV delivery fleet out there. Financially, it was a disaster. So I got hammered by the investors all the time, and I was very glad when those guys who really know how to build cars decided that we want to go into that market, and I could stop producing the vehicles myself. So we have now really switched to buying from the experts in delivering. And I think that is for me already one of the lessons learned. I mean, this transformation journey is something where everybody has to play to his or her strength, and we really have to have a good collaboration. The second important element is, of course, in terms of making a financial business case. In the beginning, because you have the economies of scale, you need incentives. And I think the important message from a company perspective on the incentives is the clearer, the more simple, and the more stable a system and a framework is, the easier it is for me to defend to my shareholders why I'm actually making this transformation. And I think that is a lesson learned, which maybe now when you also look into developing frameworks here in India, you can maybe leapfrog forward and avoid some of the mistakes we made. And I think one very important element in this whole regulation environment is to make sure that also in terms of the accounting standards, things are aligned, right? Because I mean, our customers also want to see that, hey, we can demonstrate to them that it is real. So I think a very clear regulatory and incentive framework where companies have a time horizon so that they can base their investment decisions on, that will then lead to availability and help to scale things up. So where do we stand in India now? I think it was already touched upon by a number of speakers. There has been, of course, a lot happening. We heard it from the bus side, from the passenger car side. I think the problematic area here in India, like in many other countries, is the four-wheel LCV and, of course, the heavier truck area, where when I look at the size of our electric delivery fleet here in India, it's in its infancy. So here we really still have to get the right schemes in place to help us take things to the level which we have now reached in countries like Germany. And I very much hope that it won't take us another 10 years, because obviously we don't have the time, so we really have to leverage the experience. And I think if we do that, I am optimistic that on the last mile for transportation and logistics, we will be able to really decarbonize in this decade to a very large degree. And then we can focus on aviation and the even more problematic areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really interesting and helpful to actually hear that. In the interest of time, I want to move to the second part of our discussion. I think at this point we've gotten a decent understanding of how different stakeholders are thinking about their either company level transitions, national transitions, or how global and regional frameworks are supporting some of these ambitions get higher. But also, I think Kuldeep and Chris have at different points noted that countries are facing certain areas, not maybe challenges, but frontiers that they need to make progress on, where more capacity is needed. And we'd briefly like to use the last part of today's discussion to talk about the circular battery ecosystem, as well as the charging infrastructure. So the energy side of the story, if you will, and some of the trickier aspects to manage in that. So here I'll turn to Joseph to begin with from Niti Aayog. Joseph, I mean, how do we see recycling and circularity for EV batteries reduce demand for extraction of critical minerals? And how is that specifically relevant for India? And what are some components of India's battery recycling ecosystem in place?
Yeah, I think that's, I'll just start with a premise. Because of lack of time, I'll just quickly jump in there. So lithium is the new oil, everyone knows about it. And if before I jump into the India's perspectives on circularity, let me put before you how the battery market globally is evolving. So the Bloomberg says the global battery market is going to grow at a rate of 12% CAGR because of the war in Ukraine. And the projections are like today we have globally 1,000 gigawatt hour is installed, and we are looking at by 2030 almost like 3 to 5 terawatt hour. There would be that much amount of batteries would be there globally. Now looking at the Indian perspective is the Economic Survey of India, and specifically focuses on so by 2030 there would be 10 million electric vehicles sales would be happening in India. This is what the Economic Survey 2022-2023 lays out, with a CAGR from 2022 to 2030 would be the 49%. This is the India story, and this is the opportunity that we are looking at. And with this, the battery market in India is like it is majority of the demand is coming from the electric vehicles. Almost by 2030, you can expect around 350 gigawatt hour, and consumer electronics maybe 40 gigawatt hour, and the grid based would be 150 gigawatt hour. This is the kind of infrastructure we are looking at, and at this scale, if the aspirations are happening, I think the circular economy, the subject itself, is very, very crucial and important to us, because one, it is the issue of maximizing the resource efficiency, and it is the issue of minimizing the environment impact, and also it is a strategic to build the economic resilience and also for the ensure the energy security. So given in the larger picture, the subject itself is very crucial to India. And what we are trying to do to take care of this issue is one, at the policy level, the battery waste management rules in 2022 has been notified, and where we've mentioned about there would be an extended producer responsibility, which will be a game changer in developing this urban mining / circular economy in the Indian context. And also the other important element at Niti Aayog that we are working at is building a holistic circular economy action plan, where our advisor has already mentioned about it. And we are trying to look at a very strategic 16 agenda items under this whole action plan. Agenda items like developing a digital battery passport, or developing innovative financing mechanisms to unlock the circular economy industry, because in the end it is supporting the closed loop systems. So I think this is the overall view what we are trying to look at, and this is a niche initiatives that many of the states and at the central government also a lot of conversations are happening. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Joseph. It's great to hear about the Circular Economy Action Plan and some of the actions and initiatives that are planned under it. Turning to Pradeep from OMI, from your research, Pradeep, I understand that there was a paper launched, a G20 paper on battery recycling that you worked on. From your research, does this largely gel with what the requirements are, and are there any additional points you'd like to highlight on the circular economy for India?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks, Chaitanya, for having OMI Foundation. So just to add to Joseph's, in addition, so just to give some data on the demand for lithium. So last year in 2022, the global demand for lithium is around 678 kilotons, and it's projected to increase 6 times by 2035 to 4,000 kilotons of lithium. So which means there's going to be huge stress in lithium, and for manufacturers, the reliability of the supply chain is crucial, and battery recycling has a huge potential for that after 2030. So in our research, what we found is there is a huge potential for international cooperation when it comes to battery recycling, especially in terms of the transboundary movement of the end-of-life batteries. They need to be safe and they need to be cleaner. So that is something, one aspect we feel there should be a role for international cooperation. The other aspect is the traceability aspect, right? So once the manufacturer manufactures a battery, say it comes from Korea or China or Japan, so there needs to be traceability right from the manufacturing stage to the EOL stage. So there should be an international cooperation so that the traceability is more or less similar across geographies. The other aspect, what we felt is the current, lack of financial support in terms of designing, new technologies which are more affordable, battery recycling technologies, and also the technologies should be where we can recover more materials. So currently the recovery number for lithium is still low, but if once we have the technologies which are more affordable for every countries, I think this will become a very good aspect for a circular economy context. So it's not just about the pressure on the reduction of the pressure on the battery materials, but also we should look this as a job creation. So circular economy has also a potential. Not every country has the downstream and upstream capacities, but if we can actually focus on circular economy across countries, so there is a huge potential for job creation also. So I'll pause here. Thank you for the opportunity.
So then I'll come to Chris. Thanks, Pradeep. And so Christopher, you mentioned the training program for battery circular economy that you have done as part of the LG. Are there concerns or interest areas for other countries within the LG similar to what we're hearing, or are there any other areas of discussion?
Can you hear me? Okay, so as I mentioned before in the last session, having this focus on EV circularity was born out of the discussions we had in the Delhi workshop, because clearly there was a lot of interest in this topic. But it's not just necessarily on that. There was also interest on topics like manufacturing, assembly, supply chains. I think now there's been a greater emphasis and understanding on how to make supply chains more sustainable and more in line with the Paris Agreement SDGs. You have UN organizations like UNCTAD now organizing a global supply chains conference next year together with Barbados. And maybe some of you have heard that the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, has been really keen on reorganizing our global financial infrastructure. So we're seeing a lot of linkages now with how our sector in transport is going to be affected by global supply chains. Of course, there's talk of new colonialism and all that, especially when it comes to mining, but these are conversations we need to have. So that was also a bit of an element: manufacturing, global supply chains, things like that. Lifetime performance assessment, and then secondhand use options for batteries. And of course, in certain regions, especially Africa, the issue of secondhand vehicles is a big problem, and one that can certainly be solved with greater work of partners on this topic. So I just wanted to give a quick little reflection on that. I hope that answers your question. I know we're out of time, but thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. And so now moving to the last component, which we're looking at, the charging infrastructure. I'll jump right in. Amit, so what are some aspects we need to keep in mind when developing a roadmap for EV charging in India? We've already made a lot of progress, but what do you see as the need for going ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Chaitanya, and apologies for my voice. Nothing to do with any party that I'm doing in Goa. But on the charging infrastructure side, I think we'll have to unpack a little. I think we have to look at the public charging and the private charging. And a lot of times when we talk about charging, we subsume it as public charging. But again, data from US, in fact, the recent data which Tata released for Nexon shows that almost 90 to 95% of Nexon EV charging happens at home. So in that case, I think, what is it that we can do to further accelerate? So I think in terms of fast charging, definitely, if you look at Delhi, you can get fast charging anywhere between 10, 12 rupees per unit to as high as 40 rupees per unit. So how do you manage cost? Because that has a huge impact on charging is one. And that then leads to this whole question of where the chargers are located, and how they are accessible or not. But also what we have seen in the light duty vehicle category, there is an organic movement from CHAdeMO to CCS2. So CCS2 has become the kind of go-to for the light duty vehicle. But I think the two-wheeler, three-wheeler, there is still a question mark on what technologies to use. And therefore, I think this whole issue of interoperability and integration becomes very, very important. The other important thing is we have to look at, as this transition is happening towards heavy-duty vehicles, what kind of charging infrastructure requirement we will see for heavy-duty vehicle is something that we have to keep in mind. And I think, as Mr. Kant also mentioned, that the battery swapping policy, I think we have to now finalize it, because that will really, really have a huge impact, especially in the two-wheeler and three-wheeler category, as we are seeing it forward. So I think, just last point, I think the question is, I think if we have to really, really accelerate EV, charging becomes very, very important. And I think we also have to look at private charging and how do you incentivize private charging, especially in multi-high-rise places. And while it's fairly easy in Delhi to get charging, and believe me, if you go to surrounding towns like Gurgaon, Noida, I've been struggling for the last 1 year to get charging in my place. And it's just not happening because there is no capacity, there's no lack. There's also this fear of what if the vehicle will catch fire. And so how do you demystify some of these things and get private charging, to me, will have a huge impact on the personal EV uptake. So I'll end it over there.
Thank you so much, Amit. And turning to Mr. Suresh Babu from the Department of Science and Technology, the DST and BIS have been working on a lot of sort of standard frameworks and all for EV charging infrastructure. So what is the importance and need of interoperability for EV charging, and how are DST and BIS's initiatives working towards the same?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. As Mr. Amit has mentioned, that interoperability is one of the important aspects we need to look at, especially when we looked at battery swapping standards. The idea is to have a common battery pack that can be used in any vehicle, and the same battery can be exchanged in any swapping station. That will not only bring convenience for the customer, it will also reduce the cost of overall vehicle. And the second aspect is that in India, we see that we have variety of vehicles. In LEV category, 3 to 7 kilowatt hour batteries are used. And from 11 to 22 cars are being used. And then from 22 to 50, up to 150, we can see high-end cars as well. And beyond that, heavy-duty vehicles comes in. In case of heavy-duty vehicles, especially an NREL presentation also mentions about the standards. So far, IEC has finalized the draft, but it has not been published. But pantograph-based heavy-duty charging is very much important for India, both for buses as well as the trucks, because that will be a common charging infrastructure wherein the same facility can be used by number of vehicles. So it will be public infrastructure that will be placed on the road, and many can be utilized. And so emphasis has to be given for that. And DHA also recently mentioned that whatever they are planning to procure the buses, they want to have common specifications across all the bidding. So that will also be useful when we design such pantograph-based charging infrastructure in the country. So another thing is like if we look at charging station for cars, it is very expensive as far as India is concerned, because the cost of that one charging station comes around 5 to 6 crores. And return of investment will be very difficult. What we were envisaging is that to have a similar concept like destination charging, which has been very popular in developing countries. So the similar concept, we can downsize the specifications and bring down to the parking lots so that the vehicles can be charged within the parking zones itself. So these are distributed, downsized charging infrastructure is very much important for the country. And especially in India, two-wheelers and buses are being used extensively. The emphasis should also be given on the buses on pantograph charging. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With this, we will conclude the roundtable discussion. But just before we end for this session, we have one video from the Ministry of Transport in China. They were not able to join us virtually because that was not permitted. So they sent across a brief video on how China is looking at their move from target setting to implementation. So if we could play that.
大家好，很高兴能够参与研讨。今天想和大家分享我研究中关于中国的交通运输行业如何将应对气候变化的目标进行实施。那么就中国而言，推动应对气候变化目标的实施，至关重要的是政府的一套制度体系。那么目前中央政府构建的是一套1+N 的这种政策体系，这个是我们全国所有地区以及所有行业一个遵循的宗旨。那么这个1+N 体系中，针对交通运输行业的，他提出了相应的一些总体的一些战略方向，还有总体的战略目标。比如说这个1+N 的关于完整、准确、全面贯彻新发展理念，做好碳达峰、碳中和工作的意见。这个意见，它要求加快推进低碳交通运输体系建设。这个就是我们总体的一个战略任务。那么这个体系建设中，它又分为结构优化还有能源结构，还有这个能力建设等等方面，进行了一个大体的一个总体举措的一个建议。那么在 另外一个文件2030年前碳达峰行动方案中明确提出加快形成绿色低碳运输方式，确保交通运输领域碳排放增长保持在合理区间。那么这个方案中，这个文件中提出来就是一个战略目标。那么里头也针对，比如说我新能源装备，比如说我的这种结构优化，比如说我的绿色出行比例等等，都提出了具体的指标，量化指标。那么通过这些中央的这种制度文件，这是我们的第一步。那么第二步，我们行业的主管部门就要去落实中央的这个文件，把中央文件中提出的这种战略任务以及战略目标进行分解到我们行业的各行各业里，分解到公路、水路、民航、铁路、邮政，分解到基础设施、运输装备、运输结构、能源结构等等这些领域中。那么这是我们的第二步。那么分完以后，我们地方主管部门、地方的行业主管部门，它就会遵循中央的行业主管部门的下发的这些文件，那么他们再去制定更加细致、结合地方实际的一个政策文件、政策要求，去引导市场、企业、社会公众去开展绿色低碳的工作。比如说我们交通的基础设施建设的前期设置一个低碳的评估、低碳的标准，如果没有达到，那么这个项目就不给予审批。还有就是说，比如说在招投标阶段，如果来投标的企业主体，它的投标、它的设计文件中提出来更多的绿色低碳的措施，提出更多的绿色低碳的这种技术的话，那他们就有优先中标权。还有针对社会公众，比如说购置新能源车辆，给予补贴，给予车辆购置税的减免，计划的一些操作方式，包括我们的这种能力建设等等这些方面，从管理上、从能力建设上来提升低碳这种目标落地的一个效率准确性、科学性等等，还有很多细致的一些工作。如果各位专家或者各位代表如果有兴趣的话，可以进一步去了解我们中国政府发布的一些文件，了解我们中国政府的一些相关案例，也可以跟我联系。今天主要跟大家分享这些，谢谢。
So a big thanks to all the esteemed panel members who are present here for... Oh, I'm sorry. Chaitanya, please give the closing remarks.
Sorry, I would actually like to hand it off to Mr. Sudhendu Sinha to give the some closing remarks.
No, thanks a lot. You can go ahead with your closing. As I was recollecting this, as I was listening to the battery and the lithium ion, my mind was going back to the lithium man, John B. Goodenough. 3 days from now, he would have been 101 years old. Last month on 22nd, he passed away. So this man got Nobel at 96 years age. He did major in mathematics, PhD in physics, Nobel in chemistry. And he died at the assisted living. And the last piece on which he was working was, in fact, if he would have been successful, many seminar topics would have just gone away into air. That was that you choose your own range. So you fit in the battery and decide that on this particular trip, how many kilometers you want. So if you say 800 kilometers, the battery will be accordingly charged, and next 800 kilometers, you can go free. So all the challenges of range would have been solved, but for, this man not being there. So 2019 recognized 3 persons, Akira, then John B. Goodenough, and Stanley Whittingham. And with that, the real, the age of lithium-ion batteries started. So it would be a great tribute if you go and see at the Nobel website his presentation clip and see what a fabulous man he is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I mean, Bhagyashi is now telling me to close off, so I may as well. So thank you, everyone, for coming, and we hope this was a useful discussion. We know we kept you a little longer than we promised, but look forward to further discussions, and please go enjoy lunch. Thank you.
And thanks, Chaitanya, for the moderation. It was a wonderful moderation. I would like to announce about a technology showcase at SP Mukherjee Stadium on ZEVs and clean energy technologies. So please feel free to attend and then. Thanks everyone for joining.
development of upstream decarbonization technologies, which requires two things. One, early stage capital, that is hopefully in collaboration between the public and private sectors. And secondly, risk tolerant, long-term patient capital to support the deployment. So therein, I think a consortium-led risk-sharing approach is the need of the hour. No specific financial sector entity has the risk appetite in the time zone that is required for these sectors' decarbonization. So it definitely calls for a consortium-led approach in which different parties invest according to their own risk-return appetites. And lastly, I would like, among the policy measures that have been flagged here, I would like to flag the importance of a cluster-based approach. So among the available technology options, of which the primary are CCUS and green hydrogen, they benefit from shared infrastructure development. And when we talk of shared infrastructure development, industries, rather than facility-based approach, it's more cost-effective, and hence can offer easier and faster scale-up if it's approached as a cluster-based approach. Industrial regions or clusters or zones, they are known by different names. So we are incubating an initiative on net zero industry clusters, which counts around 25 of the largest industry clusters from across the world as partners who are collaborating on developing net zero pathways for industrial clusters. So much of that is available in public domain, but I'm happy to connect to share more about this as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing those thoughts. Let me now move to Atul to share with us more on what the status is within Steel Zero and Concrete Zero and priorities for this year.
Thank you. It's a pleasure being over here, and thanks for inviting us and the opportunity to speak about Climate Group's initiatives on steel and concrete. So I'm guessing we've heard a bit about both the campaigns so far, but as the name suggests, it's again a corporate-driven campaign where companies take outward-facing pledges for 100% movement to net zero steel and net zero concrete by the year 2050. The campaigns are designed in such a way that we are also nudging companies to have interim targets as well. So there are 2025, there are 2030 targets today. As of today, Steel Zero is around 36 companies over the last 18 months, and all of them put together, like Prashant mentioned, aggregate to around a demand of 10 million tons of steel. You can put that into context of what the steel demand for India is today, and you can see that's almost 1/10. In terms of Concrete Zero, launched just 6 months back, in fact, slightly more at Climate Week New York last year. We've got more than 30 companies which have taken the commitment, which is a great signal as well. Clearly, the objectives are aligned with what the FMC wants to achieve as well. So in many ways than one, these initiatives are complementary. In terms of the priorities for Climate Group across both steel as well as concrete, and specifically on policy, the first is, of course, is to leverage the purchasing power of governments, which really looking at green procurement in some shape and form. While, of course, that's not our core area, we look at demand coming from corporates, but we believe that this will certainly have a big power in terms of driving markets, which can certainly have a virtuous effect on how companies start demanding steel as well, right? So clearly, that's where we really want to tap into as well. A few things just to set the context and also kind of put a few things in perspective for India in terms of steel specifically. The construction, the infrastructure, and the auto sector, including the capital goods sector, contributes to around 90% of steel demand, of which the infrastructure, which is largely public-driven, is 40%. So you can imagine it's basically a 40% split of demand that can come just from the construction space, the auto space, and the capital goods space, which is really the private-driven space. And that's where the role for initiatives such as us comes, where initiatives such as FMC and the IDDR process will really kind of push the pedal on the public procurement side of things. A study by us just 6 months back indicated that green steel demand could be 25% of the overall steel demand by 2050 if only top 5 players, companies in India, were to take commitments across the construction, auto, and the capital goods sector. So just 5 big companies committing to steel zero would lead to a demand of 25% of steel by 2050. So that's the power of what it can be. The second priority for us on policies, of course, working with partners like yours to make sure we are supporting national governments to build a strategy on steel and as well as concrete, something to which Neha ma'am also referred to as well, where the government of India is looking at a green steel mission with several task forces under it. So really kind of supporting the process from outside. This shouldn't be limited to India. We believe all consequent countries, nations should have a national strategy on steel. And that's why we believe the role of the G7, the role of G20 becomes even more important. Of course, the COP process, but the COP has its own vagaries, I would say. For us, in terms of regional priorities, Korea, North America, Europe, and India, of course, are existing markets. We'll start focusing on China and Japan very soon. That's for steel. Most importantly, while of course we have these ambition campaigns, what's also important for us to hold companies accountable, and we do that by our reporting processes. So I'm pleased to kind of share that Steel Zero will be kind of launching its reporting framework this year, the first year. So clearly, there's work happening there. Last but final piece on green procurement. Generally, there's a lot that's spoken about emissions data and the need for emissions data around value chain, something that Neha also referred to in terms of how India is looking at it. That's clearly one of the most important things. We've spoken a lot about and heard a lot about common definitions which need to be shared, very important as well. One thing that I just wanted to highlight is the context that green procurement and the push for green procurement across nations is going to cost governments, right? One of the data points, in fact, mentioned if the world had to move net zero through green procurement, it's going to cost 3 to 6% higher, right, in terms of the overall cost that was needed. And steel is probably, in the near term, going to cost around 20 to 30% higher than what it's costing today. The final thing for the GPP, the IDDI process to also keep in mind is this process of procurement is extremely decentralized in several nations. Federal processes could be much different from subnational processes. There's a bit of synchronization that would also be needed in how these get rolled out. You may have a subnational government which is probably leading the way, and then probably the national governments coming in and then trying to kind of avoid the confusion. But those were the final thoughts, and that's really what I wanted to share. Thank you so much.
Super, all super valuable points. Thank you so much, and love the figures that you gave us. Just to did you say it's going to be 30% higher cost? 30, yeah, first year, or
20 to 30%.
30%.
In the near term, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And indeed, I mean, within IDDI and the GPP, we are looking also now more at subnationals as well. So thanks for pointing that out. But let me invite Fiona to share more on what IDDI is doing and what are the priorities now.
Thank you. I mean, this has been such an interesting discussion. We've heard from the countries and the private sector. And so we really value the leadership that is being demonstrated at this table as well. And we're going to take these messages and really integrate them into our work going forward. And before I sort of outline the priorities that we have as an initiative for the next year, I'd like to sort of use this towards the end of this discussion to summarize some of the things that we've heard so far. We have a few challenges that keep coming up in this discussion. One is, as Atul just mentioned and came up previously as well, is the complex nature of procurement, right? Particularly on the government side, but also on the private side. We have ministries of energy and ministries of climate change and ministries of industry and procurement agencies that all need to sort of work together around a commitment that is aligned. And that's a very complex and time-consuming task. At the same time, we have this issue of indirect procurement as well, as was raised by Prashant. And part of the complexity as well is that this has never been done before in these industries, right? So beyond just incentivizing innovation in technologies, we also have to incentivize innovation in procurement. And that's something that is actually quite difficult to do because it's a relatively static process. Now, The other challenge that we need to grapple with to get commitments, of course, is the urgency of the emissions reduction. And this is complex and it's going to take time. And so finding a way that we can move quickly on this is going to be something that we need to put our heads together and work on. And finally, the thing that came out for me was how interrelated this issue of standards and data is with the issue of green public procurement. It's very difficult for governments, but also for the private sector, to make a commitment that they cannot actually sort of articulate in quantifiable terms, that is really just an ambition that doesn't have a standard that is underlining it, right? So what can we do to overcome some of these challenges? Well, from the IDDI side, I think thankfully, we have some leading governments that are working on this now, and we have some really tangible lessons that are being learned and best practices that are being developed. And so, as Rana mentioned, we are hosting knowledge exchange sessions that are aimed at really helping our IDDI member governments to understand, those that have not yet made a commitment, to understand from those that are currently doing the consultations. And so we will be continuing to do those over the course of the year, and also be sort of distilling the learnings from those sessions into a report that can hopefully be shared more broadly. We are also working into sort of more the technicalities of the procurement process. So we are working on a study really looking at the design of incentives to encourage the procurement of low and near zero emissions steel and cement. And so really digging into those technicalities and the levers at play in the different project delivery models to ensure that we can get past this issue of sort of the least cost is the bid that is selected, and also, you know, how can we overcome this issue of indirect procurement and still pass through that message of low emissions being needed in those bids. So looking ahead to COP to address this issue of urgency as well, we are working closely with the COP28 team as well to bring in more commitments to the pledge, and also having regional consultations to look to see how we can make this to be more relevant to emerging markets and developing economies. So those are a few of the things that we are working on. We're going to, of course, work more under the steel breakthrough to accelerate the work on definitions, on GHG accounting methodologies as well, and we hope to be able to put forward a proposal on that by COP28 as well. So I'll stop there, and hopefully that's a good way forward.
Excellent, thank you, Fiona. And you give us already a good segue into our next segment to hear the closing statements also from the COP28 team, from the Climate Champions team, from CEM Secretariat. So I'm pleased to introduce Cassandra Wenzel. Yes, we have two Wenzels on the panel. So yeah, who is a partnership manager at the CEM Secretariat, Raham Al-Shamsi, who is the lead for the heavy emitting industries in the COP28 team, Nathan Cooper, who's the director of policy and engagement department at the Climate Champions team. So yeah, leading on, maybe I'll start with you, Rahama, to give us a bit of an overview on COP28. We're very excited to see the GPP featuring in the priorities, presidential priorities for COP28. So how do you see this action moving forward?
Thank you for that, Rana and UNIDO, and obviously FMC and Climate Group for bringing this session together, and for all of the participants as well for joining us, I think, on the last day of CEM-MI. As Rana said, flexibility and dynamism has been the name of the game, but flexibility and dynamism is also exhausting. So thank you all for still making the effort to come here. I think this is actually one of the more important sessions, of the time that I've been here, at least the ones that I've participated in. I also think it's very encouraging that this is a joint session between UNIDO's IDDI, between WEF's FMC, and between Steel Zero and Cement Zero, because I think to be able to address demand signals and the role that they play in industry decarbonization, we need to look at it in a holistic manner. So, as you guys may know, as COP28 UAE, we've been given the immense responsibility, no pressure on us, to undertake the global stocktake to the Paris Agreement. It's been a little bit 7 years, over 7 years since then. And I don't think we need to wait for the results of the stocktake to know that we're completely off track, right? There's countless other reports and there's countless other indicators and measurements that show us that we are significantly off track. However, we're also 7 years away from 2030, and a lot of sectoral roadmaps are showing that that is going to be a key moment to understand whether we're going to be Paris and 1.5 aligned or if we're missing the mark, right? So it's really good to hear all of the efforts and commitments from our colleagues in Germany and in the UK in conducting their public consultations for the GPP and really taking action and walking the talk, essentially. And we definitely recognize this, and we understand the role that you all play in leading member states in these efforts. You know, we can have as many international initiatives as we want, and we can design the greatest programs to address these things, but it's without member states taking charge, you know, they wouldn't mean anything. No offense to you, Rana, right? I'd also like to reiterate the UK's point on the challenges here. Surrounded definitions and standards and the accounting aspect of this, right? So as COP28 earlier this year, we conducted a workshop with the Ministry of Climate Change on cement decarbonization, which we invited stakeholders across the board, suppliers, consumers, government. And, you know, they don't know what's happening in these rooms. They're not involved in any of these conversations, especially in the UAE. You know, if I go and ask someone if they've been to a CEM, they're like, what are you talking about, right? But the problems are the same. You know, we go and ask the real estate developers, you know, what are you guys going to do? Can you ask for green cement? Can you ask for green steel? And they said, we can, but it just doesn't work. We don't have an accounting mechanism. We don't have definitions for what it is. Even in our own carbon accounting, and they did this motion, we're 50% sure of the numbers, right? But I think this highlights the need to really come together and share best practices, and we need to solve these issues on a global level, but we need to also make sure that capacity building and technical assistance is provided to developing countries. And we show that trajectories show that the vast majority of growth in cement and steel production is going to happen in places like India, in places like China. So we need to understand, you know, your public consultation process. How did that go? How did you do it? And then how do we take that methodology and translate it to these other processes? So I have a lot more, but I know, Rana, you wanted to be on time for the first CEM session. But I want to leave you all with one more point here, and I think it's, again, highlighting where we are, where this session is taking place, and again, the fact that it's UNIDO, FMC, and a lot of other organizations. Because now is really the time for efforts to converge, right? I'm sure everyone has spent a lot of time trying to figure out, all right, what's this initiative doing, what's that initiative doing, and then trying to pick and choose for your own constituencies, your own countries, to be able to decide which pledge am I signing, which initiative am I signing onto. And I think that CEM and MI really plays a very important role in doing this, in bringing us all together. And we'd also like to congratulate the breakthrough agenda. I see Ed is no longer in the room, so that was for him, if you can pass it on. We'd like to thank them for their partnership agreement with the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation Secretariat, because again, this gives another signal for the need for convergence. We need to be able to get together, make sure our priorities are aligned, and that we don't duplicate efforts. And with that, I'd like to pass it on to, I believe it's Nathan, or?
Yes, sure. Nathan, if you want to tell us more about, Rahma has laid out the priorities clearly. We need private actors, we need the members. So I'd like you to maybe in your closing remarks to reflect on how the Climate Champions team is helping in mobilizing the private actors, and maybe Cassie can then go into the members. So yeah, please.
Yeah, sounds good. Thank you very much. I'm really exciting to see some familiar faces and some new faces as well. So as Rana mentioned, I'm representing the Climate Champions. Our mandate is to enhance the ambition of non-state actors, businesses, cities, regions, financial institutions, and others, and also strengthen the engagement of non-state actors with government. So it's really exciting to see the conversations here at CEM. And I think an underpinning philosophy of CEM and G20 and other multi-stakeholder forums is that the most complex problems that humanity is facing today cannot be solved with one stakeholder group, one company, or one sector alone. And I can't think of a more complex issue, but also an issue that has potential for so many opportunities as how we transition the bedrock of how we travel, where we live and work, and how we and the engine for a sustainable development, which is concrete, cement, and steel, and heavy manufacturing as well. And I really like Dami's leadership here, thinking about moving from the hard to abate to the possible to abate. And this room is full of possibilities as well. This, as we move from the why to the how of climate action, it does involve all stakeholders in society. Governments, as we've heard before, can play a leading role in leveraging their own public procurement, as we heard from the UK government, but also setting consistent, clear, courageous policies to unlock the power of the private sector and innovation as well. And as some of you are aware, I was actually working at the World Economic Forum with the First Movers Coalition, and on their behalf as well, really great thanks to Canada and Germany and the UK and the US government as well for their leadership and actually alignment across the various initiatives here today. Not just governments, businesses as well, procurement officers who insist that the products that they procure need to be green or near zero emission as well, knowing that setting this procurement commitment can really send an early demand signal for innovation and decrease the green premium of low carbon technologies. As Rahma mentioned from the COP28 presidency, this year is really pivotal. World leaders a few years ago agreed to taking stock on a regular basis on where we are on climate action. The first global stock take will take place in Dubai in a few months' time. So it really is an opportunity for transformational change and for us to shift gear on all of the conversations that we've had today and really show the world that multi-stakeholder collaboration can actually change the dial on climate. Thanks.
Perfect, thanks. And I will be very quick, I promise. But just to really echo both what Rama and what Nathan have just said, in the CEM Secretariat and coming from the CEM Secretariat, we just want to say thank you. We're glad that you saw this as a platform where you can come and you can discuss. We heard today from both the public and the private sector about what you are doing, what your challenges are, places where initiatives like IDDI and GPP and others can come and create a platform for you to have conversations about what more we can be doing, what we are doing, and how to drive faster together. I think we also heard a lot today about the need for a couple of things that we are working on, so things like reporting and consistency and how we can move forward on that, what we can do together in bringing together further public and private collaboration, which is very, very important, and shared goals. From the CEM side, it's kind of crazy to think that just 2 years ago, this initiative did not exist. And look at all of the things that we have done together in 2 years. And we'll continue together in collaboration with all of our partners and collaboration with FMC and Climate Group and Lead It and everyone around this table and what we can do when we do work together. And the momentum on this is really growing. We saw earlier this year that the US joined IDDI. We heard yesterday, just yesterday, in the plenary session that Brazil joined, which is great to hear, getting further Global South participation in the IDDI initiative. Personally, I'm very happy about that. Very happy to congratulate Brazil on their joining of the initiative and what we can all do together to drive that further international collaboration. So just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Cassie, for all the hard work. You guys have really done a fantastic job bringing us all here together and shaping up a very exciting program for the CEM. I would like now to turn actually to the final words to Mr. Si-Young Zhu, who is the Deputy Director General at UNIDO, to just give us his final thoughts.
Thank you, Rena. Actually, Rena and her team prepared a very good closing, opening remarks for me. So I could not make it due to the G20 ministerial this meeting. But to me, after listening to these exchanges, really for me, from my side, I was inspired by the interest, I think also commitment from all the participants here. I would like to thank all of you, different say initiatives of the member states. I think on the initiative, basically how to accelerate, I think this kind of like global demand signal for green steel, cement, and concrete. For UNIDO, of course, we play the role of like a facilitation. Yeah, we basically identify that this is the most maybe important sector for us to help the global, say, to reach the target set in Paris Agreement. So as we all know that if we only talk about the big, say, whatever this plan, but you need to break it down in concrete way that how to really turn that kind of strategy or vision into reality. I think this approach, particular, I think, with this IDDI and also green public procurement, I think it will provide us a very good, I think, promising also, I think, like a platform or channel instrument to advance this agenda. So I think I thank also all the leadership role from the UK, Canada, and the US, and others really to join this initiative, and particular green public procurement. Of course, I understand there's still challenges already mentioned by a few of participants. Also, how to address the concerns from those countries that from the source in particular. How to also inspire them to also join this effort. This is particularly important for this IDDI, I think, initiative and the GPP, because if we want to ensure success, as the deliberations of the G20 ministerial energy ministerial meeting, that definitely we need to firstly ensure that everybody is on the board, yeah, to work together towards the same direction. So in this regard, you need to really appreciate very much the good collaboration with all of you that we look forward to continue this collaboration, and particularly aim at the success of COP28. Then the next year is also a G20 process and the same, yeah, process as well. Thank you very much for your participation and the contribution. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Mr. Zhu. So definitions, framework, consistency, standards, engagement, trade, tender procedures, lots of words that we are actually now going to take away, dig deep into these, and then turn these into actions together with you all, private sector, public sector actors, the COP presidency, the climate champions team, the CEM secretariat, and really all of our partners. So thank you so much for a great session here, and looking forward to continue working with you. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Attention please. I request all the participants to vacate the hall. We have another event scheduled at 3, so we need to do arrangements for that.